in today? You were right up. You were like the second I pressed start streaming. Hi, Ash! How are you guys? Did you guys watch the Nintendo Direct? Hi, Jacoby! Hello and good night! Hope you sleep well. It's hot. It's like... It's cool here. It's cool here. It's kind of hot. It's hot in my room. Tomorrow's gonna be 1 degree hotter. Is like the wind hot too? Or like, is there any wind? Usually if it's hot, but it's windy, and the wind is like cooler, it's nice. But if not, then that sucks. Guste! It's midnight and oh my god, it's midnight and it's... That's weird. I wish you luck, Ash. I hope that it gets cooler. I hope it gets cooler for you. I always feel the heat more at night, even though... Right? Why does that happen? Like, even though technically the temperature goes down, you like sleep without blankets on you, right? Because you like wake up all sweaty. Is there like a body condition that happens when you sleep? It's 3. I don't know how it is, but it's hot. Oh, it's 3 and hot? Oh my god. It's currently only 16 degrees Celsius. I don't know how hot it is right here. What's the temperature? Temperature. Temperature. It's... Oh my gosh, it's 17 degrees Celsius here. Wow. But it's like really overcast, so it doesn't look nice. That's what I get for living in a desert. A desert. Wouldn't it be like super duper 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 cold during the winters? I hate the feeling of dried up sweat on my clothes. Ooh. I like get so sweaty in the night if I have like nightmares and stuff. It is like insane. I'm like, why? Please. I just want to be cool. 79 Fahrenheit over here. Think it's 26 degrees Celsius. That's hot. It's 3 p.m. for... 3 a.m.? No, it's 3 p.m. p.m., right? I'm like, Kat, you work at this time. I can't believe Kat's been on the night shift this whole time. At that time, it was 30 degrees Celsius. Woof. 30's hot. Hydrate! Okay, I have Dr. Pepper. This is normal Dr. Pepper. I'm not sure I like the Dr. Pepper cream soda as much. Pepper. Ooh. Guys, did you see the video that I posted on Twitter? It was like a bunch of crows, and they were like circling this tree in my neighbor's backyard, but it's kind of like I can look at it, and they were so mad. They were screaming, like howling, screaming, and circling and like dive bombing this tree. I think they were like chasing another crow for some reason. And then like so many other crows came and like sat in a tree, not nearby, but okay, like there's a creek by my house, and so they were all in the trees by the creek, and they were just screaming over and over and over and over. And then sometimes they would fly down and do like this huge swoop. It was a murder! It was! I made a joke. I said, they're screaming bloody murder. That was my joke I made on Twitter. It was really funny. Hi, Mika! Thank you for the hydrate! A knee slapper! Peppa Z. Alright, guys. We better get started if we want to finish this book today. What happened last time? Last time, BLUESTAR was losing her mind a little. If I remember correctly, she thought that WindClan was hunting in their territory because there was rabbit carcasses. Instead of thinking it was the dog that is leaving poop everywhere. And so she accused them, and then she wanted to go fight them, and then Fireheart was like, no. So he planned a mutiny. I love that joke. Thank you. Hi, Hans. We're just starting. What the dog doing? We're just explaining the summary right now from last episode. Right, so Fireheart created like a kind of mutiny type thing. He got all of the warriors to plot together and had Ravenpaw come to visit BLUESTAR so that they could like have a meeting with Tallstar and be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't fight because I don't think that it is us. Actually, no, it isn't us. And so they have a little chat, and then it was a crisis averted, and then BLUESTAR asked Fireheart to come chat with him. And she was like, she like lost her mind during that conversation. She was like, I know, what's a good punishment for you? The best punishment is to do nothing. Ha 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 ha. Hi, Ben! It's raining here today, so a perfect setup for some chill story reading. I think it's gonna go crazy. And then, after she dismissed him, and then Fireheart was all like, oh, this sucks. I forget what he was doing. Maybe he only like... Oh, he like literally left and then started talking to Sandstorm? Oh! Oh my gosh, thank you. I forgot to mix it up on. Don't worry, I'll change it. I'll shorten my hair for you. I'll shorten my hair for you. Once it opens. Mix it up, mix it up, mix it up, mix it up, 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 up. Short hair. There we go. Ba-bam! It's cool because then you can see the tail from behind me. So he gets dismissed from BLUESTAR's den, and then he chats with Sandstorm and Longtail, and then Cinderpelt comes in, and Cinderpelt's like, BLUESTAR's missing, I can't find her. And that's where we stopped. The BLUESTAR is missing. All right. Let's begin. Let me get a little comfortable first. Chapter 15. Fireheart sprang to his paws. Tell me what happened. When I saw her earlier this morning, I took her poppy seeds to calm her down, Cinderpelt explained. But when I went to her den just now, she wasn't there, and she hadn't eaten the poppy seeds. I tried the elders' den and the nursery, and she isn't there either. She isn't anywhere in Camp Fireheart. Did anyone see her leave? I haven't asked it yet. I came to tell you first. Then I'll get the apprentices to search and find out if... BLUESTAR's not a kit, you know. The interruption came from Whitestorm, who had padded into the warrior's den in time to hear Cinderpelt's news. She might have gone on a patrol. For all you know, other cats are with her. He spoke calmly as he bared his teeth in a yawn and settled into his nest. Fireheart nodded uncertainly. What Whitestrom said was sensible, but he would have liked to be sure. After the state Bluestar had been in that morning, she could be anywhere in the forest. She might even have gone to RiverClan in search of her kits. There's probably no need to worry, Fireheart reassured Cinderpelt, hoping he sounded more confident than he felt. But we'll look anyways, and find out if any cat has seen her. Leaving the den, he spotted Fernpaw and Ashpaw sharing tongues near the blackened remains of the tree stump outside the apprentice den. Quickly, Fireheart explained that he had a message for Bluestar, but he wasn't sure where she was. The two apprentices dashed off willingly to look for her. I'll go ask if any cat has seen her, he suggested to Cinderpelt, who had followed him out of the den. I'll go up the ravine and see if I can pick up her scent. I might be able to track her. Privately, he didn't have much hope. While he had slept, clouds had covered the sky and thin rain was drizzling down. It was no good weather for following a scent. Before he could leave, Fireheart noticed that Sandstorm was just returning to camp, along with Cloudpaw and Brindleface. All three of them carried fresh kill, which they went over to drop on the pile. Fireheart raced up to them, with Cinderpelt limping behind. Sandstorm, he meowed. Have you seen Bluestar? Sandstorm swiped her tongue around her mouth to remove the prey juices. No, why? She isn't here, mewed Cinderpelt. Sandstorm's eyes widened. Are you surprised? After what happened this morning? She must felt like she's losing control of her clan. That was so close to the truth that Fireheart didn't know how to answer. We're going out again, meowed Cloudpaw. We'll keep a lookout for her. Okay, thanks, Fireheart blinked gratefully to his apprentice. The young white Tom raced off again, with the two warriors following more slowly. Brindleface paused to meow. I'm sure she'll be fine, Fireheart, as she left, but Sandstorm didn't look back. Fireheart's problems were about to overwhelm him, but then he felt Cinderpelt's breath soft against his ear. Don't worry, Fireheart, she murmured. Sandstorm's still your friend. You need to accept that she doesn't always see things the way you do. You don't either, Fireheart sighed. Cinderpelt let out an affectionate purr. I'm still your friend too, she told him, and I know you've done what you believe to be right. Now, let's see what we can do to find Bluestar. By the time the sun set, Bluestar was still missing. Fireheart had tracked her as far as the top of the ravine, but after that, with the rain coming down more heavily, the scent was lost among the tang of charred branches and the musty smell of fallen leaves. Too anxious to sleep, Fireheart put himself on watch. The night was far gone, and the moon was setting when he spotted movement by the camp entrance. The last rays of moonlight picked out a silver-gray coat as Bluestar limped back into camp. Her fur was soaked, plastered to her body, and her head was low. She looked old, exhausted, defeated. Fireheart hurried across to her. Bluestar, where have you been? The clan leader raised her head and looked at him. A jolt ran through Fireheart. Her eyes, faintly glowing in the dim light, were clear and bright in spite of her exhaustion. You sound like a queen scolding her kit, she rasped, an edge of humor in her voice. She jerked her head in the direction of her den. Come with me. Fireheart obeyed, pausing to snatch a vole from the fresh kill pile. Bluestar needed to eat, wherever she had been. When he reached Bluestar's den, his leader was seated in her mossy nest, washing herself with long, careful strokes. Fireheart would have liked to sit beside her and share tongues with her, but after their last encounter he did not dare. Instead, he dropped the vole in front of her and respectfully dipped his head. What happened, Bluestar? He asked. Bluestar stretched her neck to sniff the vole, half turned away from it, and then began to gulp it down as if she had suddenly realized how hungry she was. She did not answer until she had finished. I went to speak with StarClan, she announced, flicking the last traces of wool from her whiskers. Fireheart stared. To Highstones? On your own? Of course. Which of this pack of traitors could I ask to escort me? Fireheart swallowed. Gently, he meowed. Your clan are loyal, Bluestar. All of us. Bluestar shook her head stubbornly. I went to Highstones, and I spoke with StarClan. But why? Fireheart was feeling more and more confused. I thought you no longer wanted to share tongues with StarClan. The old cat drew herself up. I do not. I went to challenge them. I wanted to ask how they could justify what they had done to me, when I have served them all my life and tried to do their will, and to demand an explanation for the things that are happening in the forest. Fireheart gazed at her in disbelief, amazed that his leader had dared challenge the spirits of their warrior ancestors. I lay beside the moonstone and StarClan came to me, Bluestar went on. They did not justify themselves. How could they? There is no justification for what they have done to me, but they told me something. Fireheart leaned closer. What? They said there is evil loose in the forest. They spoke of a pack. They told me that it will bring more death and destruction than the forest has ever seen before. What did they mean? Fireheart whispered. Surely there had been enough death and destruction already, with the fire and the floods? Bluestar lowered her head. I don't know. But we must find out, Fireheart exclaimed, his mind whirling. Perhaps they mean the dog, but a dog couldn't do damage on that scale. And what about Pack? Maybe they were talking about ShadowClan. You know how Tigerstar vowed to take revenge on us. Maybe he's planning an attack. Or Leopardstar, he added, still trying to cling to his hope that Tigerstar had lost interest in harming his old clan. Bluestar shrugged. Maybe. Fireheart narrowed his eyes. He couldn't understand why she didn't want to work out the meaning of what StarClan had told her and make plans to stop the attack if it came. We have to do something, he insisted. We could set watch on the borders. We could increase patrols. He wasn't sure how he was going to do that with so few warriors. We need to make sure there's always a guard on the camp when... His voice trailed off as he realized Bluestar wasn't listening. She crouched motionless, her eyes fixed on her paws. Bluestar? The ThunderClan leader looked up at him, her eyes bottomless pools of despair. What's the point? She rasped. StarClan have decided that death will come. A dark force walks this forest, and even StarClan themselves cannot control it, or will not. There's nothing we can do. A shudder went through Fireheart. Was Bluestar right that StarClan were not powerful enough to avert the doom that was coming? For a few heartbeats, he had almost shared his leader's despair. Then he raised his head. He felt as though he were clawing his way up from the depths of black water. No, he growled. I won't believe that. There's always something a cat can do, as long as he has courage and loyalty. Courage? Loyalty? In ThunderClan? Yes, Bluestar. Fireheart tried to put all the force of his beliefs into his reply. No cat but Tigerstar has ever wanted to betray you. Bluestar held his gaze for a moment before looking away. Her tail flicked wearily. Do what you want, Fireheart. It won't make any difference. Nothing will. Now leave me. Fireheart murmured a farewell. Backing away, he noticed the poppy seeds Cinderpelt had left earlier, still laying neatly on a leaf. He nodded towards them. Eat your poppy seeds, Bluestar, he mewed. You need to rest. Tomorrow everything will look better. He took the leaf between his teeth and carefully moved it into Bluestar's reach. Bluestar gave a disdainful sniff, but as Fireheart left the den, he glanced back to see her bend over and lick up the seeds. Outside, he gave his pelt a shake, trying to get rid of the creeping horror he felt as Bluestar revealed the message of StarClan. His paws carried him instinctively in the direction of Cinderpelt's den. He would have to tell the medicine cat that Bluestar was back, and he wanted to discuss what the leader had told him. Only then did he remember that more than a moon ago, Cinderpelt had told him of a dream where she heard the words pack, pack, and kill, kill. Oh my god, I forgot that even happened. I hope you go to sleep, Jacoby. Chapter 16. Quick. Sippy. Quick little pepper. Chapter 16. Cinderpelt could tell Fireheart nothing more, nor suggest what the evil in the forest might be. StarClan wouldn't repeat the warning if it were important, she meowed, her troubled blue gaze resting on Fireheart. All we can do is keep watch. At least Bluestar is back safely. Fireheart tried to encourage her, but it was a poor effort. Both cats were aware of the shapeless, voiceless threat hanging over the clan they loved. In the days that followed, Fireheart did his best to set up a system of patrols that would give the clan ample warning if ShadowClan or RiverClan decided to attack. There were barely enough warriors for the regular patrols and sentry duties, and Fireheart felt his fur grow thin with worry as the season moved on. The rain gave way to crisp, dry weather, but there was a thin rime of frost on the ground each morning, and the remaining leaves dropped steadily from the trees. The brief recovery from the forest was over, and the prey became scarce again. One morning, about half a moon after the confrontation with WindClan, Fireheart was about to lead out the dawn patrol when Brackenfur and Cloudpaw with Brackenfur and Cloudpaw when Bluestar came padding from her den. "I'll lead the patrol this morning," she meowed, and went to wait by the entrance to the camp. "Bluestar's leading a patrol?" muttered Cloudpaw. "That ought to go well. Watch out for flying hedgehogs." Fireheart aimed a cuff at the side of his head, but he couldn't help feeling as surprised as his apprentice that Bluestar should start taking up clan duties again. "Show some respect," he ordered. "She's your leader, and she's been ill." Cloudpaw grunted. Fireheart was about to join his leader when an idea struck him. "Listen, Cloudpaw, you want to be a warrior, don't you?" The white cat nodded eagerly. "Well, then, this is your chance to impress Bluestar. We'll take the other apprentices as well. Go find Swiftpaw." Cloudpaw's eyes lit up with excitement, and he dashed off towards the apprentice's den. Fireheart watched him go, then turned to Brackenfur. "Can you get Longtail?" He knew the pale tabby warrior would be pleased to have a chance to show off his apprentice's skill. He's due to go out on hunting patrol. You don't mind swapping duties with him, do you? "No, that's fine, Fireheart." Brackenfur disappeared into the warrior's den, and a moment later Longtail appeared. The two apprentices joined their mentors, and all four cats padded over to where Bluestar was waiting. Her tail twitched. "Sure you've got the right cats, Fireheart?" she inquired acidly. Without waiting for a reply, she led the way out of camp and up the ravine. As he followed the blue-gray she-cat towards RiverClan border, Fireheart could almost imagine the last few seasons had never happened, and he was still a young warrior going out on patrol without any of the responsibilities that troubled him now. But the fire-scarred forest reminded him there was no going back. The forest was beginning to melt as the sun rose over the river, though the leaves still crackled beneath the cat's paws as they padded through the shadows. As they went, Fireheart tested the two apprentices on what they could see and scent, hoping to demonstrate their hunting abilities to their leader. They answered confidently, but Bluestar gave no sign that she had heard. The ThunderClan leader paused when they came within sight of the river and stood gazing at the opposite bank. "I wonder where they are," she murmured, almost too quietly for Fireheart to hear. "What are they doing now?" Fireheart did not need to see the sadness in her eyes to know she was thinking of Missyfoot and Stonefur. He glanced uneasily at the other cats to see if they had noticed, but Swiftpaw and Cloudpaw were sniffing at an old water vole hole, while Longtail was watching the movements of a squirrel high in the branches of a tree. After a few moments, Bluestar turned and followed the border upstream towards Sunning Rocks. Fireheart noticed that she kept casting glances into RiverClan territory, but everything was quiet. They saw no RiverClan cats at all. Eventually, Sunning Rocks came within sight. The smoothly sloping boulders seemed deserted. Then, as Fireheart watched, a cat climbed up from the opposite side and stood silhouetted against the sky. Fireheart stopped dead, his fur prickling with a sense of dread. Though he could not make out the color of her fur, there was no mistaking that aggressive stance, the arrogant tilt of her head, and her long, winding tail. It was Leopardstar. What? A couple of other cats had joined Leopardstar, and as the ThunderClan patrol grew closer, Fireheart recognized Stonefur, the RiverClan deputy, and the warrior, Blackcaw. "Bluestar," he hissed. "What are the RiverClan doing on Sunning Rocks?" But Fireheart felt his heart sink with dread when he saw the way that Bluestar was looking at the RiverClan deputy. Not the challenging glare of a leader faced with enemy cats on her territory, but the admiring gaze of a queen who has seen her beloved kit become a noble warrior. Bluestar padded forward until she reached the base of the rock where Leopardstar waited. Fireheart followed. "What do they think they're doing?" Cloudpaw muttered indignantly behind him. "Sunning Rocks is ours!" Fireheart shot him a warning glance to keep silent, and the apprentice dropped back beside Swiftpaw and Longtail, while Fireheart went to stand at Bluestar's shoulder. Good day, Bluestar, Leopardstar meowed, her voice confident. I've been waiting since moonset to see ThunderClan cats, but I never hoped that you'd be one of them. There was an edge of mockery in her tone, and Fireheart winced that the head of his clan could be scorned so openly by other leaders. What are you doing here? Bluestar asked. Sunning Rocks belongs to ThunderClan. But her voice was low and unchallenging, as if she did not really believe what she was saying, or did not care. Sunning Rocks has always belonged to RiverClan, Leopardstar retorted, even though we allowed ThunderClan to hunt here for a while. But ThunderClan stands in our debt after the help we gave you at the time of the fire. Today we claim that debt, Bluestar. We are taking Sunning Rocks back. Fireheart's fur bristled with fury. If Leopardstar thought she should stroll into Sunning Rocks without a fight, she was mistaken. Whipping his head around, he hissed, Swiftpaw, you're the fastest. Run back to camp and fetch reinforcements. But I want to fight, Swiftpaw protested. Then get back here fast. The apprentice dashed off into the trees. Leopardstar tracked him with narrowed eyes, and Fireheart knew she must realize why he had gone. It was essential to hold off the battle for as long as possible. Keep her talking, he murmured to Bluestar. Swiftpaw's gone for help. He was not sure if Bluestar had heard him. She was staring at Stonefur again. Hi, Skarn. Well, Bluestar, Leopardstar challenged. Do you agree? Do you allow RiverClan the right to Sunning Rocks? For a few heartbeats, Bluestar did not reply. As the silence stretched out, more RiverClan cats crept up on top of the rocks and emerged to stand beside their leader. Fireheart's heart lurched when he saw that one of them was Graystripe. His gaze locked with his friend, and he saw in Graystripe's appalled face a message as clear as if the Grey Warrior had louded it into the skies. I don't want to fight you. No, Bluestar spoke at last, and to Fireheart's relief, her voice was firm. Sunning Rocks belongs to ThunderClan. Then you'll have to fight us for it, growled Leopardstar. Fireheart heard Longtail whisper at his shoulder, They'll make crow food out of us. At the same moment, Leopardstar uttered a blood-curdling yowl and launched herself down to face Bluestar at the... let me read that again. At the same moment, Leopardstar uttered a blood-curdling yowl and launched herself down the face of the rock at Bluestar. The two cats crashed to the ground, spitting and clawing. Fireheart sprang forward to help his leader, but before he reached her, a warrior crashed into his side, bowling him over and sinking his teeth into Fireheart's shoulder. Fireheart scrambled against the RiverClan's belly with his hind paws, desperate to break his grip, and slashed his claws at the enemy's throats. The tabby warrior let go and backed off, yowling. Fireheart spun around, looking for Bluestar, but she was nowhere to be seen. He spotted Longtail in the midst of having a heaving mass of cats, but before he could do anything, he caught a glimpse of Blackclaw springing towards him. He managed to avoid the warrior's outstretched claws, and as the RiverClan cat fell awkwardly, Fireheart sprang on him and bit hard into his ear. Blackclaw scrabbled on the ground, trying to escape Fireheart's grip. Fireheart raked his claws across his back, only to lose his hold as another cat barreled into him from the side. He went down and felt teeth meet his tail. Longtail was right, he thought despairingly. They'll tear us into strips. The ThunderClan cats were helplessly unnumbered, and there had been no time for Swiftpaw to reach the camp to return to help. Long before reinforcements could arrive, the patrol would have been driven off or killed, and Sunning Rocks would belong to RiverClan again. Fireheart withered helplessly, struggling for enough space to use his teeth and claws. Suddenly, the weight lifted as the cat laying across his legs was yanked away. He sprang to his paws to see Cloudpaw perched on Blackclaw's back, his claws fastened deep into the warrior's black fur, and the wild light of battle in his eyes. Blackclaw reared up his hind legs, but he couldn't shake the apprentice off. See, Fireheart? Cloudpaw yelled. Do it this way, it's easy. There was no time for Fireheart to answer. He spat an insult after the other warrior, who vanished wailing among the rocks and threw himself into the whirling mass of cats around Longtail. Fireheart dragged one warrior off him and suddenly came face to face with Breakenfur as the younger warrior burst out of the trees. He gasped with surprise and gave fervent thanks to StarClan. Swiftpaw must have meant him met the hunting patrol scouting near Sunning Rocks, as Fireheart had ordered after Graystripe's warning, and sent them along bringing help, long before Fireheart had dared to hope for it. "Where's BLUESTAR?" Breaking4 called. "Don't know." In the moment's respite, Fireheart looked around for his leader. There was no sign of her, though he caught sight of LeopardStar facing up to Whitestorm on top of a rock a few fox lengths away. Longtail staggered to his paws, panting for breath as he leaned against the rock face. Blood trickled from a gash on his forehead, and he had lost a strip of fur along his flank, but his lips were still drawn back in a snarl, and he followed Breaking4 willingly as the ginger warrior leapt into battle. Fireheart was about to join them when he heard a voice calling out urgently above the noise of the fighting. "Fireheart! Fireheart!" He spun around to see Graystripe crouched on top of the nearest rock, a look of anguish on his broad face. "Fireheart, come here!" he yowled. For a heartbeat, Fireheart wondered if this was a trap, and then he felt ashamed of himself. His friend had avoided fighting him face to face. He would never snare him with a trick. Fireheart bounded up to the smooth slope of rocks to Graystripe's side. "What is it?" Graystripe pointed with his muzzle towards the other side of the rock. "Look!" Fireheart peered over the edge. The rock sloped down more steeply there into a narrow gully. BLUESTAR was crouching almost directly below him. Her fur was ruffled, and she was bleeding from one shoulder. Coming along the gully on either side, cutting off any possible escape, were Mistyfoot and Stonefur. The RiverClan deputy slashed his claws at BLUESTAR without touching her. "Defend yourself!" snarled the great Tom, "or I swear by StarClan I'll kill you!" On BLUESTAR's other side, Mistyfoot crept closer, her belly flat to the ground. "Are you scared to fight us?" she hissed. BLUESTAR did not move, except to turn her head from one to the other. Fireheart could not see her expression from his vantage point, but he knew she would never be able to attack her own kits. "I had to tell you," Graystripe whispered beside Fireheart. "They'll call me a traitor, but I couldn't let them kill BLUESTAR." Fireheart shot his friend a look of gratitude. Graystripe had no idea of the real relationship between BLUESTAR and these two RiverClan cats. His only motive was loyalty to his former leader. But Fireheart had no time to think for long about Graystripe's tangled loyalties. He had to save BLUESTAR. The RiverClan cats had advanced until they were almost touching her, their fur bristling and their teeth bared in a snarl. "Call yourself a leader?" Stonefur sneered. "Why won't you fight?" He drew back a paw to bring it raking down over BLUESTAR's shoulder. At the same instant, Fireheart launched himself down the rock face. He landed hard in the gully, practically on top of Stonefur, forcing him away from BLUESTAR. On the clan leader's other side, Mistyfoot let out a screech of defiance and unsheathed their claws. "Stop!" Fireheart yowled. "You can't harm BLUESTAR! She's your mother!" Way to share her deepest secret, Fireheart. What the heck? He just came down and spoiled it for them. Chapter 17. Simpler days. Issues being some rocks. Okay, LeopardStar said that Sunning Rocks used to be theirs. Is that true? I don't remember that ever being something like way back in the past. Thunder. Really? It used to be RiverClan's and then ThunderClan took it? Wow. That's sussy. That is sussy, Skarn. Sunny Rocks has always been battled over. I knew that it was always battled over, but what was it originally? Like, originally being, it was decided. Or maybe they just, no, they would have had to, like, decide, like, oh, ThunderClan decided it was part of their territory, but RiverClan had always been like, no, I think that it should have belonged to us because of the way that the territories were divided. I think it's always been back and forth. Ah, okay. Chapter 17. The RiverClan warriors froze, their blue eyes wide with shock. What do you mean? Stonefur rasped. Greypool was our mother. No, listen. Fireheart bundled Bluestar against the rock face and stood in front of her. He could still hear the yowls and spitting of battle on the other side of the rock, but it suddenly seemed to have nothing to do with the confrontation in the scully. Bluestar gave birth to you in ThunderClan, he meowed desperately, but she couldn't keep you. Your father, Oakheart, brought you to RiverClan. I don't believe you! Stonefur drew his lips back in a vicious snarl. It's a trick! No, wait, mewed Mistyfoot. Fireheart doesn't lie. How would you know? Her brother demanded. He's a ThunderClan cat. Why should we trust him? He advanced on Fireheart, claws out, and the ThunderClan warrior braced himself for the attacks. But before Stonefur could spring, Bluestar slipped out from behind him and faced the two RiverClan cats. Oh, my kits. My kits. Bluestar's voice was warm, and when she turned her head, Fireheart saw that her eyes were blazing with admiration. You're such fine warriors now. I'm so proud of you. Stonefur glanced at Mistyfoot, uncertainty showing in his twitching ears. Leave Bluestar alone, Fireheart urged quietly. A sudden yowling interrupted him. Fireheart, watch out! The voice was Graystripe's. Fireheart looked up in time to see Leopardstar plunging down the rock towards him. Graystripe's warning gave him just enough time to scramble backwards, so that her outstretched claws only raked his shoulder. Spitting, she flung herself at him, driving the breath out of his body as she hurled him to the ground. Fireheart gripped the RiverClan leader's neck with his front paws and felt her powerful hind paws raking in his belly. Pain stabbed through him, and he slashed out blindly, feeling his claws score through her fur. For a few heartbeats, all he could see was Leopardfur's spotted pelt. His face was pressed into it, half smothering him as he struggled to breathe. Suddenly, Leopardstar jerked her head back, and Fireheart lost his hold on her neck. Her stifling weight was lifted off him. Scrambling to his paws, he backed against the rock, ready for her to spring at him again. His head whirled with exhaustion, and he could feel blood pulsing out of a wound on his leg. Suddenly, he wasn't sure that this was a battle that he could win. He looked around for Bluestar, but she had disappeared, and so had Mistyfoot and Stonefur. The RiverClan leader crouched to the ground in front of him, breathing hard, bleeding from her neck and side. To Fireheart's astonishment, Graystripe stood over her, pinning her down with his front paws. I had him! Leopardstar panted, almost incoherent with fury. I heard you just now! You warned him! Graystripe released his leader so she could stagger to her paws again. I'm sorry, Leopardstar, but Fireheart's my friend. Leopardstar shook drops of blood from her golden tabby fur and glared at the Grey Warrior. I was right about you all along, she hissed. You were never loyal to RiverClan. All right, you've got a choice. Attack your friend for me now, or leave my clan for good. Graystripe stared at her in dismay. Fireheart's breath caught in his chest. Was Leopardstar going to force him to fight his former clanmate? He knew that he didn't have the strength to beat a cat who was still relatively fresh. And much more than that, how could he lift a claw against his best friend? Well, snarled Leopardstar, what are you waiting for? Graystripe glanced at Fireheart, his amber eyes filled with anguish. Then he bowed his head. I'm sorry, Leopardstar. I can't do it. Punish me if you want. Punish you? Leopardstar's face was contorted in fury. I'll claw your eyes out. I'll set you loose in the forest for the foxes to track down. Traitor! A chorus of yowling drowned her threats. Fireheart looked up, almost despairing at the thought of more enemies to fight. He could hardly believe what he saw. A wave of ThunderClan cats was streaming over the rock and down into the gully. He spotted Mousefur, Darkstripe, Sandstorm, and Dustpelt, and Swiftpaw leading the other apprentices. His message had gotten through, and help had come at last. Leopardstar took one look and fled. The ThunderClan warriors gave chase at once with furious yowls. Fireheart and Graystripe were looking at each other. Thank you, Fireheart mewed after a few moments. Graystripe shrugged and padded over to him. He was limping slightly. His fur was torn and thick with dust. There was no choice, he whispered. I couldn't hurt you, could I? Fireheart drew himself up. As his head cleared, he realized the sounds of battle were fading and heavy silence was gathering over Sunning Rocks, filled with the reek of blood. Come on, I've got to see what's happening. He turned and padded along the gully, aware that Graystripe was following close behind. Coming to the open ground beyond the rocks, he saw the RiverClan warriors retreating down the slope that led to the river. At the head of the patrol, Blackclaw launched himself into the river and began swimming towards the opposite bank. Breckenfair and Sandstorm stood nearby, and more ThunderClan cats crouched on top of Sunning Rocks, watching their enemies depart. Cloudpaw raised his head and let out a yowl of pure triumph. Bluestar padded after the retreating cats as far as the RiverClan border, her ears pricked with determination. Fireheart saw, with a twinge of distress, that she was following Mistyfoot and Stonefur. Now that you know the truth, we must talk, she called after them. You will be welcome in ThunderClan camp. I will tell my warriors to bring you to my den whenever you want to see me. But both of the warriors turned away from her and stalked down the edge of the water. Stonefur glanced back before he waded into the river. Leave us alone, he growled. You're no mother of ours, whatever you say. Leopardstar was the last cat to retreat across the border. Look there, she snapped at her warriors, flicking her tail towards Graystripe, who was standing beside Fireheart. If it weren't for that traitor, Sunning Rocks would be ours again. He is no longer a member of RiverClan. If you catch him on our territory, kill him. Without waiting for any response, she spun around and limped rapidly towards the river. Graystripe said nothing. He stood as motionless as the rocks behind him, with his head hanging. Sandstorm padded across to Fireheart. What happened? She asked. She was bleeding from a scratch on her shoulder, but her eyes were clear and questioning. Fireheart longed to go back to camp and curl up in the warrior's den to share tongues with her, but he knew he had too much to do. Graystripe saved my life, he explained. He pulled Leopardstar off me. So that's why he can't go back. The pale ginger she-cat turned her head to watch the last of the RiverClan cats plunging into the river. Then she looked back at Graystripe, her eyes huge with concern. What is he going to do then? She murmured. Sudden joy stabbed through Fireheart. Whatever Fireheart felt for his kits, if he could not go back to RiverClan, he could come home. Then the joy faded and anxiety twisted Fireheart's belly. That decision wasn't his to make. Would Bluestar now allow the Grey Warrior to come back to the clan he had left? And how would the other warriors react? Looking around for his leader, Fireheart saw her padding wearily up the slope and went to meet her. Bluestar. She raised her head, and he saw that her eyes were puzzled. They hate me, Fireheart. Sorrow flooded over Fireheart. With his own worries about Graystripe, he had almost forgotten what his leader must be suffering. I'm sorry, Bluestar, he murmured. Perhaps I shouldn't have told them, but I couldn't think of what else to do. That's all right, Fireheart. To his amazement, Bluestar reached out and gave his shoulder a quick lick. I've always wanted them to know, but I didn't think they would hate me for what I did. She let out a long sigh. Let's go back to camp. She showed no sense of triumph that ThunderClan had succeeded in defeating their claim to Sunning Rocks. When she reached the place where her warriors were gathered, she said nothing about the victory, not even to congratulate them for fighting so well. Her mind still seemed fixed on her kits. Fireheart fell beside his leader as she padded up the slope. Well done, he meowed to Cloudpaw, as his apprentice leaped up the rocks and landed neatly at his side. You fought like a warrior. So did all of you, he added, raising his voice as he glanced around, hoping to make up for their leader's indifference. Bluestar and I are both proud of you. Thanks StarClan we managed to beat RiverClan off, mewed Breckenfair. No, thank us, Cloudpaw put in. We did all the fighting. I didn't notice any StarClan warriors on our side. Bluestar turned her head at that and fixed an intent gaze on the white apprentice. Her eyes narrowed. Fireheart expected her to rebuke him, but her expression showed interest rather than anger. She gave a little nod but said nothing. As the warriors began to move off towards their camp, Fireheart went to stand beside Graystripe. Bluestar, he meowed nervously. Graystripe's here. Bluestar's gaze flickered vaguely over the Grey Warrior. For a moment, Fireheart was afraid that her mind was drifting again, and she wouldn't even remember that Graystripe had ever left ThunderClan. Then Darkstripe shouldered his way forward. Get off our territory, he spat at Graystripe, adding to Bluestar. I'll drive him off if you want. Wait, Bluestar ordered, with a touch of her old authority. Fireheart, explain what's going on. He told her how Graystripe had warned him about Leopardstar's attack and pulled her away when Fireheart was losing their fight. He brought me to help you when Mistyfoot and Stonefur were attacking you, he explained, and I owe him my life. Bluestar, please let him come back to ThunderClan. Graystripe looked at his former leader with a glimmer of hope in his amber eyes, but before Bluestar could reply, Darkstripe broke in roughly. He left ThunderClan on his own free will. Why should we let him come crawling back? I'm not crawling to you or any cat, Graystripe retorted. He turned to face the gray she-cat again. But I'd like to come back, if you have me, Bluestar. You can't take back a traitor, Darkstripe spat. He just betrayed his leader. How do you know he won't betray you the first chance he gets? He did it for Fireheart, Sandstorm protested. Darkstripe snorted contemptuously. Bluestar fixed a cold look on him. If Graystripe's a traitor, she meowed, with all the ice of Leafbear in her voice, then he is just the same as the rest of you. The clan is full of traitors, so one more won't make any difference. She whirled on Fireheart, power and strength seeming to flow back into her body. You should have let Mistyfoot and Stonefur kill me, she spat. Better a quick death at the claws of noble warriors than a life dragged out in a clan I can't trust, a clan doomed in destruction by StarClan. There were gasps from the other cats as she spoke, and Fireheart realized that few of the clan had any idea how distrustful and despairing Bluestar had become. He knew there was no point in trying to argue with her now. Does that mean Graystripe can stay? He asked. Stay or go, whatever he likes, Bluestar responded indifferently. Her flash of strength ebbed, leaving her looking more exhausted than ever. Slowly, not meeting the troubled gazes of any of her warriors, she padded away in direction of the camp. She really said it. She really said it. Fireheart was doing so good. Fireheart's like, I've been here before. I've seen this. I've heard her say all this stuff for at least a whole book now. So let's get to the point, Bluestar. Can he stay? Oh, nice jump timing. Chapter 18. As Fireheart wearily pushed his way... Hi, Pappy! As Fireheart wearily pushed his way through the entrance of the camp, he spotted Bramblekit dashing towards him, almost falling over his paws in his eagerness to greet the returning warriors. Can we win? He asked. He stopped and stared round-eyed at Graystripe. Who's this? Is he a prisoner? No, he's a ThunderClan cat, Fireheart replied. It's a long story, Bramblekit, and I'm too tired to explain now. Go to your mother... Get your mother to tell you. Bramblekit took a step back, looking slightly crestfallen. Though he wouldn't remember it, Fireheart reflected. He had suckled side by side with Graystripe's two kits. Goldenflower had cared for them in the few days they had spent in ThunderClan after Silverstream's death. The dark tabby kit eyed Graystripe suspiciously as the two warriors padded past him, and then turned to Twiny Kit as she came bounding up. Look, he mewed. There's a new cat in the clan. Who's she? Tawny Kit. Tawny Bramble Cat. Who is he? Twiny Kit wondered. A traitor. Darkstripe spat as he stalked past on his way to the warrior's den. But then we're all traitors, according to Bluestar. The two kids stared at him with total bewilderment in their faces. Fireheart fought down his fury. There was no time to start an argument with Darkstripe, but the warrior had no business in letting his anger spill over onto the kits. Feeling an unusual pang of sympathy for Bramblekit, he turned back and meowed. Yes, we did win. We keep sunning rocks. Bramblekit gave a little joyous bounce. Great! I'm going to tell the elders. He scurried off with Twinykit hard on his paws. Those are Tiger Star's kits, aren't they? Asked Graystripe curiously, watching them go. Yes. Fire didn't want to discuss them now. Let's go see Cinderpelt and get patched up. Graystripe looked around as the two warriors crossed the burned-out clearing. It's never going to be the same, he muttered despondently. Next new leaf you'll see, Fireheart replied, trying to cheer him up. He hoped Graystripe was only referring to the damage caused by the fire, not a sense that he could never recover his old place within the clan. Everything would grow back stronger than before. Graystripe didn't reply. He didn't look as happy as Fireheart had expected him to be, as if he were beginning to doubt that the rest of his birth clan would accept him, and Fireheart could see the pain in his eyes that suggested he was already beginning to miss the kits he had given up. After all, he hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye. The returning warriors were gathering in Cinderpelt's clearing. As Fireheart and Graystripe approached, the medicine cat looked up from pressing cobwebs against the wound in Cloudpaw's side. "Here's Fireheart now," she mewed, and added, "Great Star Clan, you look as if you've been fighting monsters on the Thunder Path." "Feels like it," Fireheart grunted. Settling down to wait for Cinderpelt to check him over, he realized how much his wounds hurt. The one in the leg that Leopardstar had given him was still bleeding, and he bent to his head to lick it. "What are you thinking bringing him back here?" Fireheart looked up to see Dustpelt glaring at Graystripe. "We don't want him here." "Who's we?" Fireheart asked, gritting his teeth. "I think he belongs here, and so does Sandstorm, and—" He broke off his Dustpelt, pointedly turned his back. Graystripe shot an apologetic look at Fireheart. "They won't accept me," he mewed. "It's true, I left the clan, and now—" "Give it time." Fireheart tried to encourage him. "They'll come around." Privately, he wished he could believe it. Thanks to Bluestar's indifference, some of the ThunderClan cats would have no qualms about objecting to Graystripe's return. One more problem, Fireheart thought, to add to his worries about what was really going on in the forest. How could the clan hope to survive the destruction StarClan had prophesied unless they were united? Fireheart wondered if Graystripe knew about the dark threat in the forest from RiverClan's medicine cat, the pack that StarClan had warned them of. Though Fireheart's fur prickled with dread, there was some comfort in knowing that Graystripe was back, and he would have his friend to rely on, whatever lay ahead. Fireheart began to lick his wound again, wishing that he could just enjoy the Grey Warrior's return for a few moments. "That's right, get it clean," Cinderpelt meowed as she came up to him. She sniffed at the leg wound and then rapidly checked his other injuries. "You'll be fine," she reassured him. "I'll give you some cobwebs for the bleeding, but apart from that, you just need rest." "Have you seen Bluestar?" Fireheart asked as Cinderpelt brought the cobwebs and laid them over the wound. "Is she badly hurt?" "A bite on her shoulder," replied the medicine cat. "I gave her a poultice of herbs, and she went back to her den." Fireheart struggled to his paws. "I'd better go and see her." "Okay, but if she's asleep, don't wake her. Clan business, whatever it is, can wait. And while Fireheart does that," she added to Graystripe, "I'll have a look at you." She gave his ear a quick lick. "It's good to have you back." At least some cats would welcome Graystripe, Fireheart told himself as he padded across the clearing. The others would change their minds. Graystripe just needed time to prove that he would be a loyal member of ThunderClan again. "Fireheart!" Sandstorm hailed him as he approached Bluestar's den. "Mousefur and I are going out on a hunt." "Thanks," Fireheart mewed gratefully. "Are you all right?" Sandstorm drew closer, her eyes narrowing. "I thought you'd be pleased. We won the battle, and Graystripe has come home." Fireheart pressed his muzzle briefly against her flank. He felt a pang of relief that the ginger she-cat seemed to have forgiven him for going behind Bluestar's back to arrange the talk with WindClan. "I know, but I'm not sure all the cats will accept Graystripe. They'll find it hard to forget that he loved a cat from another clan, and then left us altogether." Sandstorm shrugged. "That's the past. He's here now, isn't he? They'll just have to put up with it." "It's not the point." Pain and weariness made Fireheart more irritable than he intended. "We can't afford quarrels just now. Can't you see that?" Sandstorm stared at him, anger flaring in her pale green eyes. "I'm sorry, I'm sure," she spat. "I was only trying to help." "Sandstorm, don't—" Fireheart began, realizing too late that he had said the wrong thing. But Sandstorm had already turned away and was stalking back towards the warrior's den, where Mousefur was waiting for her. Feeling even more despondent than before, Fireheart went on to Bluestar's den. When he looked through the entrance, he thought she was asleep, curled up in her nest, but almost at once her blue eyes blinked open and she raised her head. "Fireheart." Her voice was dull. "What do you want?" "Just reporting, Bluestar." Fireheart slipped into the den and stood in front of his leader. "All the cats are back. There are no serious injuries as far as I can see." "Good." Sounding a little more interested, she added, "Your apprentice fought well today." Yes, he did. Fireheart felt a rush of pride in his kin. Whatever problems there had been with Cloudpaw in the past, no one could question his courage. I think it's time he became a warrior, BLUESTAR went on. We'll hold a naming ceremony at sunset. Hope flared in Fireheart's chest. Had BLUESTAR finally accepted the need to make new warriors? But his optimism ebbed away like water into sand when BLUESTAR's lip curled into a sneer, and she added, there must be a ceremony, I suppose. It means nothing to me. But these cats are so gullible they'll never accept Cloudpaw without one. How much meaning does the ceremony have for Cloudpaw? Fireheart asked himself. Does he really care about the warrior code? If not, he reflected, then the young cat didn't deserve to become a warrior, no matter how well he fought. But BLUESTAR had made up her mind, and Fireheart wouldn't try to change it. Instead, he suggested, Swiftpaw should be a warrior too. He did well today. Swiftpaw carried a message back to camp. That's apprentice work. He's not ready to become a warrior yet. But he came back to battle, Fireheart objected. No! BLUESTAR's tail lashed in anger. I cannot trust Swiftpaw. Cloudpaw is stronger and braver. And besides, he doesn't grovel to StarClan like the rest of you. The clan needs more warriors like that. Fireheart wanted to say that Cloudpaw's lack of respect for the warrior code was the last thing ThunderClan needed, but he did not dare. Instead, he dipped his head and backed away. I'll see you at sunset, he meowed, and went to break the news to Cloudpaw. His apprentice, as Fireheart had guessed, was delighted at the news that he was to become a warrior at last. Fireheart instructed him on what he had to do in the ceremony, and then headed for the warrior's den and some much-needed sleep. His heart sank right into his paws when he spotted Longtail sitting with his apprentice outside their den. There was one more thing he had to do before he could rest. Padding towards Longtail, he jerked his muzzle for the tabby warrior to join him, out of earshot of the apprentices. Longtail, he began, searching for the right words. I'm sorry, I've got some bad news. BLUESTAR has agreed to make Cloudpaw warrior, but not Swiftpaw, Longtail finished angrily. That's what you're gonna say, isn't it? I'm sorry, Longtail, he meowed. I tried to persuade BLUESTAR, but she wouldn't agree. So you say, the pale warrior sneered. But it's stranger that your apprentice is chosen, and mine is ignored. Swiftpaw never went off to live with two legs. I'm not going into all that again, Fireheart retorted. Cloudpaw had never intended to leave the clan, but every cat knew that he had visited the two-leg nest regularly for food before the two-legs captured him and shut him in. BLUESTAR said she's making Cloudpaw warrior because he fought well, while Swiftpaw took a message. Longtail's tabby fur bristled with fury. And who made him take it? He would have stayed to fight if you hadn't sent him away. I know that, Fireheart meowed wearily. I'm just as disappointed as you are. I'll do my best to get Swiftpaw made a warrior soon, I promise. If I believe that, I believe anything, Longtail spat. He turned his back on Fireheart, scraped angrily at the ground as if he were covering his dirt, and stalked back to the apprentices. The sun was sinking behind the wall of the camp when Fireheart emerged from the warrior's den with Graystripe close behind him. Sleep had restored his body, and he tried to feel optimistic about the coming ceremony, even though he was not looking forward to it. Shadows were stretching across the camp, and Fireheart saw BLUESTAR had emerged from her den. To his relief, she was moving easily, and the shoulder wound she had taken in battle didn't seem to be bothering her as she sprang up on the high rock. Let all cats old enough to catch their own prey join beneath the high rock for a clan meeting, she called. Graystripe gave Fireheart a friendly nudge. You've done well with Cloudpaw, he meowed. I never thought the pest of a kit would grow up to be such a fine warrior. Fireheart acknowledged his friend's praise by pressing his muzzle against the Grey Warrior's shoulder. His friend remembered how upset he had been when Cinderpelt had her accident, and knew how much it meant to Fireheart to have an apprentice ready to be made warrior at last. Graystripe had seen his own apprentice, Breakinpot, made a warrior long ago. Many of the cats were already in the clearing. News of Cloudpaw's warrior ceremony must have spread around the camp. Cinderpelt appeared from her den and took her place near the base of the rock, while Goldenflower brought her two kits to sit at the front of the gathering crowd. Willowpelt's litter stayed with their mother near the entrance of the nursery. Fireheart couldn't help noticing that the other apprentices were the last to join the circle around the rock. He saw Brightpaw nudging Swiftpaw out of the den. Even when the black and white cat crossed the clearing, he stayed on the very edge of the crowd, and the other apprentices settled down around him. Aww. A pang of dismay shot through Fireheart. It wasn't Cloudpaw's fault that Bluestar had chosen him and none of the others. It would be hard for him not to have good wishes of his friend when he became a warrior. But Cloudpaw didn't seem bothered. He strolled out of the Elder's Den and padded across to Fireheart with his tail waving in the air, his eyes shining with excitement. Fireheart murmured it to his ear. I'm very proud of you, Cloudpaw. Tomorrow you can take a hunting patrol over to the two-legged place and tell Princess. Cloudpaw shot him a delighted look, but before he could say anything, Bluestar spoke. Cloudpaw, you fought well against RiverClan this morning, and I have decided that the time has come for you to take on your place as a warrior in ThunderClan. The White Tom turned to face the high rock and gaze up at his leader as she began to speak the ritual words. I, Bluestar, leader of ThunderClan, call upon my warrior ancestors to look down on this apprentice. He has trained hard to understand the ways of your noble code, and I commend him to you as a warrior in his turn. Her voice was harsh, and Fireheart thought that it was obvious that she was merely going through the motions of the ritual that had ceased to have meaning for her. Uneasily, he wondered whether StarClan would be willing to watch over Cloudpaw when neither he nor his leader had any respect for the warrior ancestors. Cloudpaw, Bluestar continued, do you promise to uphold the warrior code and protect and defend this clan, even at the cost of your life? I do, Cloudpaw mewed fervently. Did he understand what he was promising? Fireheart wondered. He was sure that Cloudpaw would do his best to protect the clan, because these cats were his friends, but he knew that the young cat wouldn't be prompted to act by any sense of loyalty to the warrior code. Then, by the powers of StarClan, I give you your warrior name. Bluestar went on, each word dragged out of her like thorns. Cloudpaw, from this moment, you will be known as Cloudtail. StarClan honors you in your courage and your independence, and we welcome you as a full warrior of ThunderClan. Leaping down from the high rock, she padded over to Cloudtail and rested her muzzle on his head. Cloudtail gave her shoulder a respectful lick, and then went over to stand beside Fireheart. This was the moment at which the clan should have greeted the new warrior by chanting his name, but now there was only silence. Fireheart heard uneasy murmurs start up around him, as if the cats had sensed Bluestar's lack of conviction when she recited the ritual. Flicking a glance at the apprentices at the edge of the crowd, Fireheart saw that they were all looking at their paws, and Swiftpaw had turned his back on his old denmate. Cloudtail was beginning to look a little crestfallen when Brindleface, who had suckled him as a tiny kit, padded up and pressed her tabby muzzle against his. Well done, Cloudtail, she exclaimed. I'm so proud of you. As if she had given a signal, Cinderpelt and Graystripe came up, and then at last the other cats began to crowd around, greeting Cloudtail by his new name and congratulating him. Fireheart breathed a sigh of relief and then that the awkward moment was over, but he couldn't help noticing that Longtail was nowhere to be seen, and the apprentices waited until the very end to come up, led by Brightpaw, each mewing a few quick, subdued words before slipping away. Swiftpaw was not among them. You're keeping vigil tonight, Fireheart reminded his formal apprentice, trying to sound as if this were like any other warrior naming ceremony. Remember, you have to stay silent until dawn. Cloudtail nodded and padded off to take position in the center of the clearing. His head and tail were raised proudly, but Fireheart knew that the ceremony had been shadowed by the jealousy of the other apprentices and by Bluestar's transparent loss of faith. How long could the clan survive, Fireheart wondered, when their leader no longer honored StarClan? Dang, that must have been so awkward for Cloudtail. Could you, imagine? I think if that were me, I would, reject it. I wouldn't want to be made a warrior. As much as I would like to be a warrior, it's okay, well, at this point, I'll just be a warrior when my buddies become a warrior. Because it will mean more, you know? Especially if I myself understand the unfairness. Although, would it be considered defying the clan if you reject the leader's wishes and the leader wished you to become a warrior? How complicated. Chapter 19! Sorry, I'm munching on. I have like my lunch with me, which is... It's like a tuna salad with couscous and chickpeas. It's yummy. How many chapters are there? I'm not sure. We're on page 115 out of 167. So we have around 40 more pages? So we're almost done. We're definitely more than halfway. Chapter 19. Next morning, Fireheart watched the Dawn Patrol leave before going to relieve Cloudtail from his vigil. His injured leg felt stiff, but the bleeding had stopped. All quiet? He meowed. Do you want to sleep now, or are you up to go hunting? We could go through Tall Pines, if you like, and see Princess. Cloudtail stretched his jaws in an enormous yawn, but a heartbeat later he had sprung to his paws. Let's hunt! Okay, Fireheart mewed. We'll take Sandstorm with us. She's met Princess, too. Fireheart knew that his closeness to Sandstorm had been trickling away ever since he had stopped the battle with WindClan. He desperately wanted to restore their previous bond, and inviting her to go hunting might be a good way of doing that. Glancing around to see if she had emerged from the den, he spotted Dustpelt padding towards him, with Fernpaw following. As they drew closer, Fireheart could see the light brown warrior looked worried. There's something you ought to know, Dustpelt announced. Fernpaw, tell Fireheart what you just told me. Fernpaw's head was lowered, and she scuffled in the dust with her front paws. Her hesitation gave Fireheart time to wonder what was troubling her, and why she had chosen to confide in Dustpelt instead of her mentor, Darkstripe. Because they are doki-dokiing. The second question was answered as Dustpelt bent his head and gave her ear a couple of licks. Fireheart had never seen the prickly young warrior so gentle. It's okay, Dustpelt mewed. There's nothing to be scared of. Fireheart won't be angry with you. The glare he gave Fireheart, unseen by Fernpaw, said, He better not! Come on, Fernpaw. Fireheart tried to sound encouraging. Tell me what's the matter. Fernpaw's green eyes flickered towards him and then away. It's Swiftpaw, she mewed. She hesitated, this time with a glance at Cloudtail, and then went on. He was really angry that BLUESTAR wouldn't make him a warrior. Last night he got all of us apprentices together in the den. He said we'd never be warriors unless we did something so brave that BLUESTAR couldn't go on ignoring us anymore. She paused again, and Dustpelt murmured, Go on. He said we ought to find out who's been killing prey in the forest, mewed Fernpaw, her voice shaking. He said you didn't seem bothered about fighting our enemy. He wanted us to go to Snake Rocks because that's where most of the scrapes of prey had been found. Swiftpaw thought we might pick up a trail. What a mouse-brained idea, Cloudtail burst out. And what did the rest of the apprentices think about this? Fireheart asked, shooting a warning glance at Cloudtail and trying to ignore the cold lump of apprehension that was gathering in his belly. Oh man, Ven, it's happening. We don't know. We want to be warriors, but we all know we shouldn't do something like that without orders, and without at least one warrior with us. In the end, only Swiftpaw and Brightpaw went. Did you see them go when you were on vigil? Fireheart demanded, turning to look at Cloudtail. Beginning to look worried, Cloudtail shook his head. Swiftpaw said Cloudtail wouldn't notice a two-legged monster roaring through camp, Fernpaw mumbled. He and Brightpaw sneaked out through the ferns behind the Elder's Den. When was this? Fireheart demanded. I'm not sure. Before dawn. Fernpaw's voice rose as if she were about to start wailing like a tiny kid. I don't know what to do. I knew it was wrong, but I didn't want to give them away. Only I've been feeling worse and worse, and so when I saw Dustpelt, I went to tell him. She gave the brown tabby warrior a grateful glance, and he pressed his muzzle against her speckled gray flank. We'll have to go after them, Fireheart decided. I'm coming, Cloudtail mewed insistently, startling Fireheart by the blaze in his blue eyes. Brightpaw's out there. If anything hurts her, I'll shred it! Okay, Fireheart agreed, surprised to realize that the young warrior cared so transparently for his former denmate. Go and fetch a couple more cats to come with us. Fernpaw? Fernpaw becomes a queen. She's like the top queen for like the rest of the series. I forget what her warrior name is. But she has like 5 bazillion million cats. Yeah, she has so many babies. Dustpelt and Fernpaw single-handedly creating ThunderClan. Anyways. Go fetch a couple more cats to come with us. As the new warrior shot off, Dustpelt meowed, we'll come too. I don't want the apprentices involved, Fireheart replied. Fernpaw's upset enough as it is. Why don't you take her hunting? Take Ashpaw and Darkstripe as well. The clan needs fresh kill. Dustpelt gave him a long look. Then he nodded. Okay. Fireheart wondered whether he ought to tell Bluestar what was going on before they left, but he was reluctant to get Swiftpaw into trouble and give the clan leader another excuse why the young cat shouldn't become a warrior. If we can fetch them back, Bluestar need never know, he told himself. Besides, Fireheart didn't want to waste a single moment. Cloudtail was already returning with Sandstorm and Greystripe just behind him. Just the cats I'd have chosen, Fireheart thought. He couldn't ignore the warm feeling at the thought that Greystripe was home again, and they could hunt and fight together as they used to. The Grey Warrior's eyes were shining as if he, too, felt... As he fell into his accustomed place at Fireheart's side. Fireheart wished he could have had Whitestorm, too. He was Brightpaw's mentor, but he had gone out with the Dawn Patrol. Sandstorm looked her usual self, alert and focused on their mission. Cloudtail told us, she meowed briskly. Let's go. Fireheart took the lead out of camp and up to the top of the ravine. Almost at once he picked up Swiftpaw and Brightpaw's scent, leading into the direction towards Snake Rocks. There was no need to spend time trying to track them. All they had to do was get to Snake Rocks as soon as possible. But we'll be too late, he thought. If they meet whatever's out there. He raced through the forest, his paws scattering falling leaves. The stiffness in his injured leg was forgotten. Greystripe ran close beside him, and Fireheart recognized the comfort of facing danger with his friend by his side once again, even though so much had changed. As they approached Snake Rocks, Fireheart slowed down and signaled his tail for the other cats to do the same. If they dashed straight in without knowing what they had to face, there would be no help to the apprentices. They had to treat this threat, whatever it was, like any other enemy. But something inside Fireheart screamed that it was unpredictable, far beyond the reach of any clan code, and that he was in more danger than he had ever been in before. Was this how mice and rabbits felt? He wondered, knowing that death could be stalking through the undergrowth. Everything was still. Fireheart did not want to risk calling the apprentices in case he alerted whatever was lurking up ahead. Swiftpaw must be right, he realized. This was the center of the darkness that had poisoned the forest. But he began to doubt his theories about what the threat was. Could one dog really cause so much destruction and fear in the forest? As cautiously as if he were stalking prey, Fireheart slid through the undergrowth until the smooth, sand-colored sides of Snake Rock came into sight. For a few heartbeats he stood and tasted the air. A mixture of scents reached him. Swiftpaw and Brightpaw's, still fresh. The staler scent of other ThunderClan cats. A dog. And Fireheart had expected, but over it all the stench of newly spilled blood. Sandstorm turned to look at him, her eyes huge with fear. Something terrible has happened. Terror coursed through Fireheart. He was about to confront the source of the fear that had stalked him for more than a moon, the faceless enemy that had invaded their forest. He was barely able to make himself go on. With a twitch of his tail, he gestured for his companions to move forward again. Now they crept with their bellies close to the ground, intent on seeing without being seen, until the rocks were only a few tail lengths away. A fallen tree barred their way. Scrambling onto the trunk, Fireheart looked over an open space carpeted with dead leaves. Foul-tasting bile rose into his throat as he took in the scene in front of him. The leaves had been churned up by massive paws, and clots of earth sprayed upwards to catch the branches of the tree. In the middle of the clearing, Swiftpaw's black and white body lay motionless, and just beyond him, Brightpaw. "Oh no," whispered Sandstorm as she drew herself up to crouch on the trunk beside Fireheart. "Brightpaw!" yelled Cloudtail. Without waiting for Fireheart's order, he launched himself across the clearing towards her. Fireheart tensed, waiting for whatever had hunted down these apprentices to emerge from the trees and attack, but nothing stirred. Feeling as if his legs hardly belonged to him, he sprang down and stumbled across to Swiftpaw. The apprentice lay on his side, his legs splayed out. His black and white fur was torn, and his body was covered in dreadful wounds, ripped by teeth far bigger than any cat's. His jaws still snarled, and his eyes glared. He was dead, and Fireheart could see that he had died fighting. "Aww, Swiftpaw!" "Great Star Clan, what did this to him?" he whispered. For moons he had been afraid, and now it was far worse than he could ever imagine. Swiftpaw had been slaughtered like prey. The hunters in the forest had become the hunted. Something had happened in the forest. The balance of life had changed, and for a moment Fireheart felt the ground beneath his paws shift. Graystripe and Sandstorm stared down at Swiftpaw's body, too stunned to reply. Fireheart knew that Graystripe was remembering another blood-stained body, all his grief of Silverstream reawakening. "What a waste," Fireheart murmured sadly. If only Bluestar had made him a warrior. If only I'd let him fight, instead of sending him... He was interrupted by a screech from Cloudtail. "Fireheart! Fireheart! Brightpaw isn't dead!" Fireheart spun around and raced across the clearing to crouch beside Brightpaw. Her white and ginger fur, which she had always kept so neatly groomed, was spiked with drying blood. On one side of her face, the fur was torn away, and there was blood where her eye should have been. One ear had been shredded, and there were huge claw marks scored across her muzzle. Fireheart heard a choking sound as Sandstorm came up behind him. "No," the ginger she-cat whispered. "Oh, StarClan, no." At first Fireheart thought Cloudtail was wrong and that Brightpaw must be dead, until he saw the very faint rise and fall of her breathing and the blood bubbling in her nostrils. "Fetch Cinderpelt," he ordered. Sandstorm dashed off while Graystripe stood beside Swiftpaw's body, all his senses alert in case the fearsome enemies should return. Fireheart went on looking down at the injured Brightpaw. Somehow his fear had drained away. He felt nothing but an icy calm and a stern, ferocious determination to avenge the young apprentices. He asked StarClan to be with him and to give him the strength to unleash all their fury on whatever had dared to wreak such havoc. Cloudtail curled himself close to the motionless apprentice and began licking her face and the fur around her ears. "Don't die, Brightpaw," he begged. "I'm with you now. Cinderpelt's coming. Hold on just a bit longer." Fireheart had never heard him sound so distraught. He hoped that the white cat would not have to suffer the pain he had felt when Spotted Leaf died, or Graystripes when he lost Silverstream. One of Brightpaw's ears twitched under Cloudtail's gentle tongue. Her remaining eye opened into a slit and closed again. "Brightpaw," Fireheart leaned close to her and spoke urgently. "Brightpaw, can you tell us what did this to you?" Brightpaw's eyes opened wider, and she fixed a cloudy gaze on Fireheart. "What happened?" he repeated. "What did this?" A thin wailing came from Brightpaw, which gradually formed into words. Fireheart stared at her in horror as he made out what she was trying to say. Pack, she whispered. Kill. Congrats, Chikari. Rest in peace, Swiftpaw. Aw, Swiftpaw! Okay. Thank you for the hydrate! I'm gonna count what I just hydrated as a hydrate. You heard the bottle. Will she live? Fireheart asked anxiously. Oh, this is chapter 20. Chapter 20! Will she live? Fireheart asked anxiously. Cinderpelt let out a weary sigh. She had come to Snake Rocks as fast as her uneven legs could run, and done her best to patch up the worst of Brightpaw's injuries with cobwebs to stop the bleeding and poppy seeds for pain. At last the apprentice had recovered enough to be dragged back through the forest to the camp, and now she lay unconscious in a nest among the ferns near Cinderpelt's den. I don't know, Cinderpelt admitted. I've done the best I can. She's in the paws of StarClan now. She's a strong cat. Fireheart meowed, trying to reassure himself. When he looked at Brightpaw now, curled among the ferns, she looked anything but strong. She seemed smaller than a kit, no more than a scrap of fur. Fireheart half expected each shallow breath to be her last. Even if she recovers, she'll be hideously scarred, Cinderpelt warned him. I couldn't save her ear or eye. I don't know if she'll ever be a warrior. Fireheart nodded. He felt sick as he forced himself to look at the side of He felt sick as he forced himself to look at the side of Brightpaw's face, now swathed with cobwebs. All this reminded him of Cinderpelt's accident, when Yellowfang had told him that the young she-cat's leg would never heal properly. She said something about pack, he murmured. I wonder what it was she really saw. Cinderpelt shook her head. I know. It's what we've been afraid of all along. There's something in the forest hunting us all down. I heard it in my dream. I know. Fireheart's muscles tensed with regret. I should have done something long ago. StarClan sent that warning to BLUESTAR too. But BLUESTAR has no respect for StarClan anymore. I'm surprised she even listened to them. Do you think that's why this happened? Fireheart spun around and faced the medicine cat. No. Cinderpelt's voice was strained as she moved closer to Fireheart and pressed herself against him. StarClan did not send the evil, I'm sure of that. As she spoke, a rustle in the fern announced the arrival of Cloudtail. I thought I told you to get some rest, Cinderpelt mewed. I couldn't sleep. The white cat padded over to settle himself in the ferns beside his friend. I want to be with Brightpaw. He bent his head to give her shoulder a gentle lick. Sleep well, Brightpaw. You're still beautiful, he murmured. Aww. Come back to us. I don't know where you are now, but you have to come back. He went on licking her fur for a moment more and then looked up to fix a hostile glare at Fireheart. This is all your fault, he burst out. She and Swiftpaw should have been made warriors, and then they wouldn't have gone off on their own. Fireheart met his kin's gaze steadily. Yes, I know, he mewed. I tried, believe me. He broke off as he heard the soft paw steps of another cat and turned to see that BLUESTAR was approaching. Fireheart had sent Sandstorm to fetch her, and the ginger warrior followed her into the medicine cat's clearing. The clan leader stood and looked down at Brightpaw in silence. Cloudtail raised his head challengingly, and for a heartbeat, Fireheart thought he was going to accuse BLUESTAR of being responsible for Brightpaw's terrible injuries as well, but Cloudtail stayed silent. BLUESTAR blinked a couple of times and asked, Is she dying? That's up to StarClan, Cinderpelt told her, catching Fireheart's eye. And what mercy can we expect from them? BLUESTAR growled. If it's up to StarClan, Brightpaw will die. Without ever being a warrior, mewed Cloudtail. His voice was quite quiet and sorrowful, and he bent his head to lick Brightpaw's shoulder. Not necessarily, BLUESTAR spoke reluctantly. There is a ritual, thankfully little used. If a dying apprentice is worthy, she can be made into a warrior so that she may take a warrior name to StarClan. She hesitated. Fireheart held his breath in disbelief. Would Bluestar really put aside her anger at the ancestors to acknowledge the importance of StarClan in a warrior's life? Was she about to admit that Brightpaw had been denied the warrior status she deserved? Cloudtail looked up at the gray she-cat again. Then do it, he growled. Bluestar did not react to being ordered around by her newest warrior. As Fireheart and Cinderpelt looked on, pelts touching for comfort, Sandstorm approached to bear silent witness, and the clan leader dipped her head and began to speak. I asked my warrior ancestors to look down on this apprentice. She has learned the warrior code and has given up her life in the service of her clan. Let StarClan receive her as a warrior. Then she paused. This is the worst part of this entire book. Then she paused, and her eyes blazed with anger that burned like cold fire. She will be known as Lost Face, so that every cat knows that StarClan did what StarClan did to take her from us, she growled. Jesus Christ. Fireheart stared at his leader in horror. How could she use this terribly wounded apprentice in her war against the warrior code? But that's a cruel name, Cloudtail protested. What if she lives? Then we will have all the more reason to remember what StarClan have brought to us, Bluestar replied, her voice barely more than a whisper. They will have this warrior as Lost Face, or not at all. Cloudtail held her gaze for a moment longer, the light of challenging in his blue eyes, and then dipped his head as if he knew there was no point in arguing. Let StarClan receive her by the name of Lost Face, Bluestar finished. She bent her head and lightly touched her nose to Lost Face's head. There, it is done. Sorry, my sister's texting me. Do I want anything? No, I'm okay, thanks. I said no! As if the touch had rose her, Lost Face's eyes opened and a look of terrible fear flooded into them. For a moment, she struggled back to wakefulness. Pack! Pack! She gasped. Kill! Kill! Bluestar recoiled, her fur bristling. What? What does she mean? She demanded. But Lost Face had sunk into unconsciousness again. Bluestar looked wildly from Cinderpelt to Fireheart and back again. What did she mean? She repeated. I don't know, Cinderpelt mewed uneasily. That's all she will say. But Fireheart, I told you. Bluestar was struggling to speak. StarClan showed me an evil in the forest. They called it Pack. Is it the Pack that has done this? Cinderpelt avoided her eyes, instead going to check on Lost Face. Fireheart sought for an answer that would satisfy his leader. He did not want Bluestar to know that her cats were being hunted down as if they were prey for some nameless, faceless enemy, but he knew that she would not be satisfied by empty reassurance. No cat knows, he replied at last. I'll warn the patrols to be on guard, but if StarClan has abandoned us, patrols will not help us, Bluestar finished scornfully. Perhaps they have even sent this pack to punish me. No! Cinderpelt faced her leader. StarClan did not send the pack. Our ancestors care for us, and they would never disrupt the life of the forest or destroy a whole clan for a single grudge. Bluestar, you must believe this. Bluestar ignored her. She padded over to Lost Face and stood looking down at her. Forgive me, she mewed. I brought down the wrath of StarClan on you. Then she turned away towards her den. Almost as soon as she had gone, an agonizing wail broke out in the main clearing. Fireheart raced through the ferns to see that Longtail and Graystripe were bringing Swiftpaw's body back for burial. When the limp black and white shape had been laid in the center of the clearing, his mentor crouched beside him, touching his nose into his fur in the ritual position of mourning. Swiftpaw's mother, Goldenflower, sat next to him, while Bramblekit and Twinykit, Swiftpaw's half-brother and half-sister, looked on with wide, scared eyes. A fresh wave of grief flooded through Fireheart. Longtail had been a good mentor to Swiftpaw. He did not deserve the pain he was going through now. Returning to Cinderpelt's clearing, he saw that Sandstorm had padded over to stand beside the medicine cat, who was pressing fresh cobwebs into the blood-soaked dressings. Maybe she'll pull through, she mewed. If any cat can help her, you can, Cinderpelt. Cinderpelt looked up and blinked gratefully. Thanks, Sandstorm, but healing herbs can only do so much. If Lost Face lives, she may not thank me. She caught Fireheart's eyes, and he saw in her face a fear that the injured cat would be unable to cope with her horrifying change in appearance. What future lay ahead for a cat whose scars would remind her forever of this living nightmare? I'll still look after her, vowed Cloudtail, glancing up from his gentle licking. Fireheart felt a burst of pride. If only his former apprentice had shown the same unquestioning loyalty to the warrior code, he would be one of the finest warriors in ThunderClan. Sandstorm gently nosed Lost Face and then drew away. I'll fetch some fresh kill for you and Cloudtail, she meowed to Cinderpelt, and a piece for Lost Face too. She might want something if she wakes up. Determinedly optimistic, she padded out to the clearing. I don't want anything to eat, mewed Cloudtail. His voice was dull and exhausted. I feel sick. You need sleep, Cinderpelt told him. I'll give you some poppy seeds. I don't want poppy seeds either. I want to stay with Lost Face. I'm not asking you what you want. I'm telling you what you need, Cinderpelt retorted. You kept vigil last night, remember? More gently, she added. I promise I'll wake you if there's any change. While she went to fetch the seeds, Fireheart gave his kin a sympathetic glance. She's the medicine cat, he pointed out. She knows what's best. Cloudtail didn't reply, but when Cinderpelt came back carrying a dried poppy seed head, she shook a few seeds out in front of him. He licked them up without complaining. Exhausted, he curled himself close to Lost Face and was asleep within a few heartbeats. I never thought he would care for another cat as much as that, Fireheart murmured. He didn't notice? For all her anxiety, there was a glint of amusement in Cinderpelt's blue eyes. He's been patting after Lost Face for a season now. He really loves her, you know. Aww. Seeing the two young cats curled up together, Fireheart could believe it. Fireheart headed towards the pile of fresh kill. It was almost sun-high, but through the rays poured down brightly into the... What the heck? But though the rays poured down brightly into the clearing, there was little warmth in them. Leafbear had come to the forest. Days had passed since Swiftpaw had been killed and Lost Face injured. Fireheart had just been to check on her, and she still clung to life. Cinderpelt began to be cautiously optimistic that she would survive. Cloudtail spent nearly every moment with her. Fireheart had accused him temporarily from warrior duties so that he could care for the injured cat. As Fireheart crossed the clearing, he saw Greystripe emerge from the warrior's den and approach the fresh kill pyre. Darkstripe overtook him before he reached it and shouldered him aside to snatch up a rabbit. Dustpelt, already choosing his own meal, gave Darkstripe a hostile glare, and the Grey Warrior hesitated, unwilling to go any closer until the other two warriors had withdrawn to the nettle patch to eat. Rude. Quickening his pace, Fireheart came up beside his friend. Ignore them, he murmured. They'll keep their brains in their tails. Greystripe flashed him a grateful glance before picking up a magpie out of the pile. Let's eat together, Fireheart suggested, choosing a bowl and leading the way to a sunny patch of the ground near the warrior's den. And don't let those two worry you, he added. They can't stay hostile forever. Greystripe did not look convinced, but he said nothing more, and the two warriors settled down to eat. Across the clearing, Twinykit and Bramblekit were playing with Willowpelt's 3 kits. Fireheart felt a pang of grief as he remembered how Lost Face had sometimes played with them, as if she were looking forward to having kits herself. Would she ever mother her own litter now? What do you mean? She just has a funky face. I just can't get... I can't get over how much that kit looks like his father, meowed Greystripe after watching them for a moment. Just so long as he doesn't behave like his father, Fireheart replied. He stiffened when he saw Bramblekit bowl over one of Willowpelt's much smaller kits, but relaxed again as the tiny tortoiseshell sprang up and hurled herself joyfully on Bramblekit. It must be time he was made apprenticed, remarked Greystripe. He and Twinykit are older than... He broke off. A distant, sorrowful expression clouded in his amber eyes. Fireheart knew he was thinking of his own kits left behind in RiverClan. Yes, it's time I was thinking about mentors, he agreed, hoping to distract his friend from the bittersweet memories. I'll ask BLUESTAR if I can mentor Bramblekit myself. Who do you think would... You'll mentor Bramblekit? Graystripe stared at him. Is that a good idea? Why shouldn't I? Fireheart asked, feeling his fur start to prickle. I haven't an apprentice now. Now that Cloudtail's been made a warrior. Because you don't like Bramblekit, retorted Graystripe. I don't blame you, but wouldn't he be better off with a mentor who trusts him? Fireheart hesitated. There was some truth in what Graystripe said, but Fireheart knew that he couldn't give the task to any other cat. He had to have Bramblekit under his own guidance to make sure he stayed loyal to ThunderClan. My mind's made up, he mewed curtly. I wanted to ask you who you think would be good for TwinyKit. Graystripe paused, as if he wanted to go on arguing, then shrugged. I'm surprised you have to ask. There's an obvious choice. When Fireheart didn't speak, he added, Sandstorm, you mouse brain! Fireheart took a mouthful of wool to give himself time to think for an answer. Sandstorm was an experienced warrior. She had been apprentice along with Fireheart himself, Graystripe, and Dustpelt, and she was the only one of the four never to have an apprentice of her own. Yet something made him reluctant to give TwinyKit to her. Swallowing the wool, he meowed, I more or less promised Snowkit to Breakinfur. It's only fair I should ask BLUESTAR if he can mentor TwinyKit, seeing as he was disappointed so recently. Besides, he's a fine warrior, and he'll do a good job. Graystripe's eyes glowed with brief pride. Breakinfur had been his apprentice, and he was clearly delighted to hear how well the young warrior was doing. Then his ears twitched in disbelievingly. Come on, Fireheart. That's not the real reason, and you know it. What do you mean? You don't want to give TwinyKit to Sandstorm because you're afraid of what Tigerstar might... Oh, wait, sorry. You don't want to give TwinyKit to Sandstorm because you're afraid of what Tigerstar might do. Staring at his friend, Fireheart knew that the Grey Warrior was right. The reason had been there in his mind, but he refused to admit it, even to himself. You want to protect her, Graystripe went on, and Fireheart didn't speak. What's wrong with that? Fireheart demanded. Tigerstar already encouraged Darkstripe to take the kits out of camp to visit him. Do you think that will be the end of it? Do you think he'll just be content with seeing them at the gathering? No, I don't. Graystripe gave an exasperated snort. But what will Sandstorm think? She's not some pretty little kitty pet hiding behind big, strong warriors. She can take care of herself. Fireheart shrugged uncomfortably. Sandstorm will just have to accept the decision. I'm sure BLUESTAR will agree to let Breakinfur have TwinyKit. Graystripe's amber eyes gleamed in anticipation of trouble ahead. You're the deputy, but Sandstorm isn't gonna like it, he predicted. You want to mentor Bramblekit? Asked BLUESTAR. Fireheart stood in her den. He had just raised the question of the new apprentices, suggesting that they should hold the naming ceremony at sunset. Yes, he mewed, and Breakinfur to mentor TwinyKit. BLUESTAR gazed at him with narrowed eyes. A traitor to mentor the son of a traitor, she rasped. Clearly she had no interest in who should mentor TwinyKit. How suitable. BLUESTAR, there are no traitors in the clan now, Fireheart tried to assure her, pushing down his misgivings about Bramblekit. BLUESTAR gave a disdainful sniff. Do what you want, Fireheart. Why should I care what happens to this nest of rogues? Fireheart gave up his attempt to reason with her. Backing out of the den, he returned to the clearing. The sun was already going down, and the clan had begun to gather in anticipation of the ceremony. Fireheart spotted Breakinfur and called him over. I think you're ready for an apprentice, he announced. How would you like to mentor TwinyKit? Breakinfur's eyes glowed. Do you really mean it? He stammered. That would be great. You'll do a fine job, Fireheart meowed. Do you know what to do in the ceremony? He paused as Sandstorm appeared from the warrior's den and began walking towards him. Hang on, Breakinfur, he muttered hastily. I'll be back in a moment. Then he went to meet the pale ginger warrior. What's this Graystripe tells me? Sandstorm demanded as soon as he was in earshot. Is it true that you asked BLUESTAR if Breakinfur could mentor TwinyKit? Fireheart swallowed. Her green eyes were blazing with anger, and the fur on her shoulders bristled. Yes, it's true, he began. But I'm more experienced than he is. Fireheart resisted the urge to tell her the truth, so that Sandstorm knew he was doing it for her sake and for no other reason. But telling her that she wasn't going to mentor Twinykit because he wanted to protect her from possible trouble with Tigerstar would make her even more furious. She would only think that he had judged her too weak to deal with the threat posed by the Shadow Clan leader. Well, Sandstorm insisted, don't you think I'm capable of being a good mentor? That's not that at all, Fireheart protested. Then what? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't mentor Twinykit. Because Fireheart cast around desperately for something he could tell her. Because I want you to lead extra hunting patrols. You're a brilliant hunter, Sandstorm. The best. And with Leafbear here, prey will be scarce again. We're really going to need you. As he spoke, he realized what he said was true. Extra hunting patrols led by Sandstorm would be one way to solve the problem of feeding the clan through the bitter moons of Leafbear. Sandstorm, however, was not impressed. You're just making excuses, she meowed scornfully. There's no reason why I shouldn't lead patrols and mentor Twinykit. She's bright and fast. I bet she turns out to be a brilliant hunter, too. I'm sorry, Fireheart mewed. I've already asked Breaking-Fur to take Twinykit. I'll ask Bluestar to give you one of Willowpelt's kilts when the worst of Leafbear is over, okay? No, it's not okay, Sandstorm hissed. I haven't done anything to be passed over like this. I won't forget this in a hurry, Fireheart. She turned away and went to join Frostfur and Brindleface. Fireheart took a step after her and then stopped. There was nothing else he could say, and besides, Bluestar had just appeared from her den to call the clan to the meeting. As the clan assembled, Fireheart noticed Greystripe crouching alone not far from the high rock. Mousefur stalked pointedly past him on her way to sit with the other she-cats. Frustrated at the way some of the clan still refused to accept Greystripe, Fireheart wanted to go over to reassure him, but he had to stay where he was, ready for his part in the ceremony. A moment later, Cloudtail and Whitestorm appeared from the fern tunnel leading to Cinderpelt's den and settled down alongside the Grey Warrior, to Fireheart's relief. Cinderpelt followed them out of the ferns and limped hurriedly over to Fireheart. As she drew closer, he saw that her blue eyes were sparkling. Good news, Fireheart, she announced. Lostface just woke up and managed to eat some fresh kill. I think she's going to be okay. Fireheart let out a delighted purr. That's great, Cinderpelt. But for all his relief at the news, he couldn't help wondering how Lostface could cope when she learned that her face was so terribly injured. She's already sitting up and trying to groom herself, Cinderpelt went on. She's still very shaky. She'll need to stay in my den for a few days yet. Has she said anything about what attacked her? Cinderpelt shook her head. I tried to ask her, but it upsets her too much to think about it. She still cries out pack and kill in her nightmares. The clan needs to know, Fireheart reminded her. Then the clan will have to wait, Cinderpelt assured sharply. Lostface needs some peace and quiet if she's going to get better. Yeah, Bluestar's still a little bonkers. Fireheart wanted to ask her when she thought Lostface would be fit to talk to him, but he had to pay attention to the ceremony as Goldenflower came out of the nursery, flanked by her two kits. Fireheart could see that she had groomed both of them especially carefully. Twinykit's ginger fur glowed like a flame in the dying sun, and Bramblekit's dark tabby pelt had a glossy sheen. As they approached the high rock, Twinykit bounced around with excitement, but Bramblekit seemed calm, padding forward with his head and tail held high. Fireheart wondered if this was what Tigerstar had looked like when he had first become an apprentice. Had he shown the same promise of courage and a long life in the service of his clan? Had his clan leader and his mentor had any idea of what he was destined to become? Bluestar called both kits forward to stand beside her at the foot of the high rock. Fireheart noticed that she was looking more alert than usual, as if she could not be indifferent to the prospect of more warriors to fight for her clan. Brackenfur, she began, Fireheart tells me you are ready for your first apprentice. You will be mentor to Twinypaw. Looking nearly as excited as his new apprentice, Brackenfur stepped forward, and Twinypaw ran up to meet him. Brackenfur, Bluestar continued, you have shown yourself a warrior of loyalty and forethought. Do your best to pass these qualities to Twinypaw. Brackenfur and Twinypaw touched noses and withdrew to the side of the clearing, while Bluestar turned to Fireheart. Now that Cloudtail is a warrior, she went on, you are free to take on another apprentice. You will be mentor to Bramblepaw. Her eyes glittered as she gazed at Fireheart, and he realized with a flash of horror that she was suspicious of his motives in offering to train Tigerstar's son. Fireheart tried to meet his leader's icy gaze steadily. Whatever Bluestar thought, he knew that he was motivated by loyalty to his clan. Bramblepaw padded towards his mentor, and Fireheart went to meet him in the middle of the circle with the cats. Looking down into the young cat's eyes, he felt both stirred and challenged by the blaze of enthusiasm there. What a warrior he'll make, Fireheart thought, and then added silently, if only he weren't Tigerstar's son. Fireheart, you have shown yourself to be a warrior of rare courage and quick thinking, meowed Bluestar. Her eyes narrowed. I'm sure that you will pass on all you know to this young apprentice. Fireheart bent down to touch noses with Bramblepaw. As he led the new apprentice back to the side of the clearing, Bramblepaw asked, What do we do now, Fireheart? I want to learn everything, fighting and hunting and all about the other clans. In spite of his misgivings, Fireheart had to admit that Bramblepaw clearly knew nothing about the old hostility between his mentor and his father. That was thanks to Goldenflower, who sat looking at them with an unreadable expression. Fireheart guessed she wouldn't be too pleased that he had chosen to train Tigerstar's son himself. What would happen when Tigerstar found out? He could feel Darkstripe watching him closely and knew that the Dark Warrior would take the news to Tigerstar at the next gathering, if not before. All in good time, Fireheart promised the eager apprentice. Tomorrow we'll go with Breakinfur and your sister to tour the territory. Then you'll learn where the borders are and how to recognize the scents of the other clans. Great! Bramblepaw let out an excited squeak. But for now, Fireheart went on as Bluestar drew the meeting to a close. You can go and get to know the other apprentices. Don't forget you sleep in their den tonight. He flicked his tail in dismissal, and Bramblepaw dashed off with his sister's side. Off to his sister's side as the other cats started to crowd around, congratulating the two new apprentices and calling them by their new names. Watching them, Fireheart saw Graystripe get up and come towards him, passing Sandstorm on the way. He heard the ginger she-cat meow. Graystripe, aren't you sorry you weren't given an apprentice? In a way, Graystripe replied. He sounded awkward, shooting Fireheart a sideways glance as he spoke. I can't expect one for a while, though. Half the clan haven't accepted me yet. Then half the clan are stupid furballs, asserted Sandstorm, giving the Grey Warrior's ear a lick. Graystripe shrugged. I know I'll have to prove my loyalty before I can mentor an apprentice again, and you'll have one soon, he added, as if he could read her mind, when Willowpet's kids are ready. An annoyed look flashed across Sandstorm's face. Fireheart wondered whether he ought to try talking to her again, but as she spotted his hesitant approach, she turned to Graystripe and meowed loudly. Come on, let's see if there's any fresh kill left. Fireheart halted and watched miserably as Sandstorm got to her paws and led the way over to the pile of prey. Graystripe followed her, casting a worried glance at Fireheart as he went. Seeing Sandstorm turn her back on him, Fireheart felt bitter disappointment welling up inside of him. However hard he tried, all his attempts to rekindle the old bond between him and Sandstorm seemed to be failing. He missed her with a loneliness that could not be comforted by any of the other cats that thronged around him. Yeah, Juice, you missed it! So, Cloudpaw was made into a warrior, Cloudtail, and not the other apprentices, Brightpaw and Swiftpaw. And so Brightpaw and Swiftpaw snuck out to try and prove themselves, and then Swiftpaw died, and Brightpaw got extremely injured. Like, her whole side of her face is torn up now. And then Bluestar renamed her to be Lost Face. So that's who, when I say Lost Face, that's who Brightpaw is. Bluestar renamed her to Lost Face. In case you're wondering, I know, isn't that so rude? It's when I first read that when I was like a kid, I was baffled by what a terrible, like, that is insane. How could you do that? Yeah, so that's what's happening right now. Whew. Okay, chapter 21. Keep well back, Breakinfur warned. This is a dangerous place. He and Fireheart, with their 2 apprentices, were standing at the edge of the thunder path. Bramblepaw and Twinypaw wrinkled their noses against its bitter smell. "It doesn't look dangerous to me," meowed Bramblepaw. Tentatively, he reached out one paw to place it on the dark, stony surface. At the same moment, Fireheart felt the ground tremble with the roar of an approaching monster. "Get back!" he snarled. Bramblepaw leaped away back to safety as the verge... Wait, what the heck? Bramblepaw leaped back into safety of the verge as the monster flashed past, buffing his fur with hot, stinky wind. He was quivering with shock. "Thank you for the hydrate!" I'm gonna hydrate. Twinypaw's eyes were wide with astonishment. "What was that?" she mewed. "A monster," Fireheart explained. "They carry 2 legs in their bellies, but they never leave the thunder path, so you're quite safe, as long as you stay away from it." He fixed Bramblepaw with a stern gaze. "When a warrior tells you to do something, you do it. Ask questions if you like, but afterwards." Bramblepaw nodded, scuffling his paws. "Sorry, Fireheart." He was already recovering from the shock. Fireheart had to admit that many more experienced cats would have been terrified to find themselves so close to a monster. Since they had left camp in the morning, Bramblepaw had shown himself to be brave, curious, and eager to learn. Sandstorm, Greystripe, and Whitestorm had gone out on dawn patrol, while Fireheart and Brackenfur gave their apprentices the tour of the territory. Fireheart had found himself moving with extra stealth along the once familiar trails, haunted by shadows and afraid of any moment that he would come face to face with the dark presence in the forest. He had kept well away from Snake Rocks, unwilling to risk that accursed place with 2 apprentices. Soon, he knew, he would have to do something about the threat that lurked there, but he was waiting until Lost Face was well enough to tell them exactly what had attacked her, and deep down, Fireheart couldn't help wondering if, even when he knew, their warriors wouldn't be able to deal with it. "What's over there?" Twinypaw flicked her tail at the part of the forest on the other side of the thunder path. "That's ShadowClan territory," Brackenfur told her. "Can you smell their scent?" A chill breeze was carrying the scent of ShadowClan towards them. Bramblepaw and Twinypaw opened their mouths to taste it. "We've smelled that before," announced Twinypaw. "Oh?" Brackenfur shot a startled glance at Fireheart. "When Darkstripe brought us to the border to meet our father," explained Bramblepaw. "I spotted them." Fireheart wanted Brackenfur to know that this wasn't news to him. "I suppose we couldn't blame Tigerstar for wanting to steam them," he added, forcing himself to be charitable. Brackenfur didn't reply, but he looked faintly worried, as if he shared Fireheart's misgivings about Tigerstar's relationship with these ThunderClan kits. "Can we go over there now to see our father?" Twinypaw asked eagerly. "No!" Brackenfur sounded shocked. "Clan cats don't go into each other's territory. If a patrol caught us, there'd be big trouble." "Not if we told them Tigerstar's our father," Bramblepaw insisted. "He wanted to see us last time." "Brackenfur told you no," Fireheart snapped. "And if I catch either of you setting one paw across the border, I'll have your tails off." Twinypaw jumped back as if she thought he was going to carry out the threat there and then. Bramblepaw's amber eyes searched Fireheart's face for several heartbeats. "Fireheart," he meowed hesitantly. "There's something else, isn't there? Why will no cat talk to us about our father? Why did he leave ThunderClan?" Fireheart stared down at his apprentice. He couldn't see any way of avoiding such a direct question. Long ago, he had promised Goldenflower that he would tell her kits the truth, but he had hoped for a bit more time to think out exactly how he would say. He exchanged a quick glance with Brackenfur, and the younger warrior murmured, "If you don't tell them, some other cat will." He was right, Fireheart realized. The time had come for him to fulfill his promise to Goldenflower. Clearing his throat, he meowed. "All right. Let's find a place to rest and I'll tell you." He retreated several rabbit hops from the thunder path until he came into a dip in the ground sheltered by a few clumps of ferns, brown and broken now in the frosts of Leaf-Bear. The 2 apprentices followed, their eyes wide and curious. Fireheart checked that there were no smell of dog before settling down in a patch of dry grass, tucking his paws under his chest. Brackenfur remained at the top of the slope, keeping watch for danger, from the dog or from ShadowClan territory so close by. Before I tell you about your father, Fireheart began, I want you to remember that ThunderClan is proud of you. You'll both make fine warriors. What I'm going to say now won't make any difference to that. The apprentices' curiosity changed to uneasiness as they listened. Fireheart knew they must be wondering what was coming next. Tigerstar is a great warrior, he went on, and he always wanted to be a leader of a clan. Before he left ThunderClan, he was deputy. Bramblepaw's eyes glowed excitedly. When I'm a warrior, I'd like to be deputy too. Fireheart's fur prickled at this evidence of his apprentice's ambitions, so like Tigerstar's. Be quiet and listen. Bramblepaw dipped his head obediently. As I said, Tigerstar was always a great warrior, Fireheart continued, forcing each word into the cold air. But there was a fight with RiverClan over Sunning Rocks, and Tigerstar used the battle to kill Redtail, who was the ThunderClan deputy then. He blamed a RiverClan warrior, but we found out what really happened. He paused. Both apprentices were staring at him with disbelief and horror in their eyes. You mean he killed a cat from his own clan? Twinypaw faltered. I don't believe it! Bramblepaw let out a desperate cry. It's true, Fireheart meowed, feeling sick with the effort of telling these kids the truth about their father's treachery in a way that was loyal to their mother's insistence that the account be unbiased and would not alienate the kits from their birth clan. He hoped that he would be made deputy in Redtail's place, but Bluestar chose a cat called Lionheart instead. Tigerstar didn't kill Lionheart as well, asked Bramblepaw, his voice quivering. No, he didn't. Lionheart died in a battle with ShadowClan. Tigerstar became deputy then, but that was not enough for him. He wanted to be a leader. He paused again, wondering how much to say. No need to burden these apprentices, he decided, with a tale of how Cinderpelt had been injured in a trap set by Tigerstar for Bluestar, or Tigerstar's attempts to murder Fireheart himself. He gathered a band of rogues from the forest, he continued. They attacked ThunderClan, and Tigerstar tried to kill Bluestar. Kill Bluestar? Twinypaw gasped. But she's our leader! Tigerstar thought that he could make himself leader in her place, Fireheart explained, keeping his voice carefully neutral. The clan sent him into exile, and that's when he joined ShadowClan and became their leader. The two apprentices looked at each other. So, our father was a traitor? Mewed Bramblepaw softly. Well, yes, Fireheart replied. But I know it's hard to think about that. Just remember that both of you can be proud that you belong to ThunderClan, and the clan are proud of you, just as I said. You're not responsible for what your father did. You can be great warriors, completely loyal to your clan and the warrior code. But our father wasn't loyal, Twinypaw mewed. Does that mean he's our enemy now? Fireheart met her scared gaze. All cats from other clans have to have their own interests in heart, he told her gently. That's what clan loyalty means. Your father is loyal to ShadowClan now, just as it is your duty to be loyal to ThunderClan. There was a silence for a few heartbeats, and then Twinypaw drew herself up and gave her chest for a few quick licks. Thank you for telling us, Fireheart. Is it really true that the rest of the clan are proud of us? It really is, Fireheart assured her. Don't forget, the clan discovered all this when you two were only newborns, and they've never wanted to punish you, have they? Twinypaw blinked gratefully at him. Glancing at Bramblepaw, Fireheart saw that he was gazing up at the sky between the arching fronds of ferns. There was no reading the emotion in his amber eyes. Bramblepaw? Fireheart meowed uneasily. The young cat did not respond. Wanting to reassure him, Fireheart went on, Work hard and be loyal to your clan, and no cat will blame you for what your father did. Bramblepaw's head whipped around. His eyes glared at his mentor with all the hostility that Fireheart had once seen in Tigerstar. He had never looked more like his father. But that isn't true, is it? He hissed. You blame us. I don't care what you're saying now. I've seen the way you look at me. You think I'll be a traitor just like he was. You'll never trust me, whatever I do. Fireheart stared at him, unable to deny the young cat's accusations. For a few heartbeats, he had no idea what to say. While he hesitated, Bramblepaw sprang to his paws and blundered through the ferns to the top of the hollow, where Breckenfur was waiting. Twinypaw cast one scared look at Fireheart and scurried after her brother. Fireheart heard breaking for meow. Ready to go? Let's head up along the border of 4 trees. He paused and called out, Fireheart, are you ready? Coming, Fireheart replied. His heart was heavy as he rose and followed the apprentices. He had managed to explain to them the true meaning of loyalty. Oh, had he managed to explain them the true meaning of loyalty? Or had he simply succeeded in pushing them further away from ThunderClan and from him? As he and Breaking-Fur led the apprentices back through their territory, Fireheart kept watch for any signs of the mysterious evil in the forest. He saw nothing. There were no unusual scents and no signs of scattered prey. The evil, whatever it was, had gone to ground again, and somehow that made Fireheart more afraid. What was it that could wreak such terrible damage and then fade into the depths of the forest as if it had never been? I must talk to Lost Face as soon as I can, he decided. The cats were still being haunted. He was sure of that, and it was only a matter of time before another one was caught. Early the next morning, Fireheart emerged into the clearing to find the Dawn Patrol getting ready to leave. Graystripe and Sandstorm were waiting beside the entrance to the Gorse Tunnel, while Dustpelt was calling Ashpaw from the apprentice's den. Fireheart hurried towards the entrance, but before he reached it, he heard Sandstorm meow loudly to Graystripe. I'm tired of hanging around. I'll meet you at the top of the ravine. Without looking at Fireheart, she whipped around and disappeared. Sadness almost overwhelmed him, and he halted at the mouth of the Gorse Tunnel, tasting the last of Sandstorm's scent as she retreated. Give her time, Graystripe meowed, touching his nose to Fireheart's shoulders. She'll come around. I don't know, ever since the meeting with WindClan. Hi, Bimstar! And hi, Efkin, thank you for the follow! He stopped as Dustpelt and Ashpaw hurried up and stood back to let the rest of the patrol follow Sandstorm. At last, Fireheart told himself, Dustpelt seemed to be reconciled to Graystripe's return, to the extent of going on patrol with him. Perhaps time was all his friend would need to truly be part of the clan again. Fireheart padded across the clearing to Cinderpelt's den. Can you tell me something good? Yeah? Thank you for the heart! There was a star god, it wouldn't be you because no star is as high as you! That's good! Thank you. Where was I? Fireheart padded across the clearing to Cinderpelt's den. Lostface was seated in a patch of sunlight with Cloudtail beside her, gently washing her. The wounds along her side were healing cleanly, and her ginger wen white fur was beginning to grow back. And as he approached, Fireheart thought for a single heartbeat that she was almost back to normal. Then she lifted her head, and for the first time he saw the damaged side of her face without its covering of cobwebs. Freshly healed scars were stretched across Lostface's cheek, bare flesh where no fur would ever grow. Her eye was gone, and her ear was reduced to a few shreds. Fireheart realized how dreadfully apt the name Lostface was, and remembered her as she had been before, bright and lively. Anger burned deep in his belly. Somehow he must drive this evil out of the forest. Lostface let out a faint whimper as Fireheart approached, and shrank closer to Cloudtail. It's okay, Cloudtail mewed softly. It's only Fireheart. Looking up at his former mentor, he explained, You came up on her blind side. She's scared when cats do that, but she's getting better every day. That's right, agreed Cinderpelt, emerging from her den. Limping over to Fireheart so she could speak to him without Lostface overhearing, she went on, To be honest, there's not much more I can do for her. She just needs time to get strong. How long? Fireheart asked. I need to talk to her, and it's time Cloudtail was going back to his warrior duties. I know Sandstorm wants him for her hunting patrol. He gave his kin a sympathetic glance, still admiring him for his loyalty to Lostface. Cinderpelt shrugged. I'll have to let Lostface decide when she feels ready to leave my den. Have you thought about what's going to happen with her now? Fireheart shook his head. Officially, she's a warrior. And you think she'd be happy among you ruffians in the warrior den? Cinderpelt let out a mew of exasperation. She still needs someone to look after her. I think she could go live with the elders, at least while she's still getting stronger. Oh, sorry. I think she could go live with the elders, at least while she's still getting stronger. It was Cloudtail who spoke. He had padded over to join Fireheart and the medicine cat. Speckletail is grieving in the elders' den for Snowkit. It would do her good to have another cat to care for. That's a brilliant idea, Fireheart meowed warmly. I'm not sure, Cinderpelt objected. What's Speckletail gonna think? You know how prickly and proud she is. She wouldn't like the idea that you were doing her a favor by trying to distract her from Snowkit's death. Leave Speckletail to me, Fireheart meowed. I'll tell her that she's doing me a favor by looking after Lost Face. That might work, agreed Cinderpelt. And when Lost Face is a bit better, she could help the elders and free up the apprentices for other duties. I'll ask her, meowed Cloudtail. He bounded back to Lost Face's side and pressed close to her. Lost Face, Fireheart wants to talk to you. Guys, imagine waking up and finding out, 1, Swiftpaw's dead. 2, you're scarred horribly. And 3, you are made a warrior, but your warrior name is Lost Face. That's like horrible. Fireheart followed. Lost Face. It's Fireheart. Her ravaged face. I know, it literally is. Poor Brightpaw. Her ravaged face turned slowly towards him. Would you like to go and stay with the elders for a while? He suggested. It would be a load off my mind if you could help look after them. The apprentices have too much to do as it is. Lost Face gave a nervous start and looked at Cloudtail with her one good eye. I don't have to, do I? I'm not an elder. Cloudtail pressed his muzzle against her wounded face. No one will make you do anything you don't want to do. But you'd be doing me a favor, Fireheart added quickly. Speckletail's still grieving for Snowkit, and it will do her good to have a young, energetic cat around. As Lost Face still hesitated, he went on. It's just until you get your strength back. And when you're strong again, I'll help you train, Cloudtail added. I'm sure you'll be able to hunt with your good eye and ear. It'll just take a bit of practice. Lost Face's eyes began to glow with hope, and she nodded slowly. All right, Fireheart, if that's the best way I can be useful. It is, I promise. And Lost Face, Fireheart crouched down beside her and gave her a reassuring lick. Is there anything you can tell me about the day in the forest? Did you see what attacked you? Lost Face's flicker of confidence died, and she shrank back against Cloudtail again. I don't remember, she whimpered. I'm sorry, Fireheart. I don't remember. Cloudtail licked her ear comfortingly. It's all right. You don't have to think about it now. Fireheart tried to hide his disappointment. Never mind. If you do think of anything, tell me right away. I'll tell you one thing, Cloudtail growled. If we find out who did this to her, I'll make crow food out of them. I promise you that. Chapter 22. 30 more pages! We're almost done. A full moon crossed the sky between thin wisps of cloud. As Bluestar led her warriors to the gathering, Fireheart was already uneasy. In spite of her declaration of war against StarClan, Bluestar had insisted on going. How can I trust you to lead a clan? She had spat at her deputy when he had asked her which warriors he should take. Fireheart had simply bowed his head in obedience, but he could still feel the pain of knowing that his leader was convinced he was a traitor. He also had his doubts about including Graystripe, but his friend had begged desperately to be allowed to come. Please, Fireheart, I'll be able to get news of Featherkit and Stormkit. He had meowed. Fireheart knew that Graystripe was inviting hostility from RiverClan by appearing so soon after the battle at Sunning Rocks, and had half hoped that Bluestar would refuse. But the ThunderClan leader had merely flicked her tail dismissively. Let him come. You're all traitors, so what does it matter? Now, Fireheart bunched together with the other ThunderClan warriors to follow Bluestar down the slope. As they emerged into the hollow, the first thing he saw was Tigerstar and Leopardstar sitting side by side, watching approvingly as a group of their apprentices scuffled playfully with each other. Fireheart's fur crawled as he saw those two together. He still had no evidence that Tigerstar was plotting revenge on his former clan, but Leopardstar would certainly be feeling hostile after her clan's defeat at Sunning Rocks. You've done a great job there, meowed Leopardstar to her companion. Those are strong young cats, and they've learned their fighting moves well. A purr rumbled in Tiger Star's chest. We made some progress, he agreed, but there's a long way to go yet. A pair of tumbling apprentices rolled up to their leader's paws after Leopard Star shifted backwards to give them more room. The young ShadowClan cats were certainly muscular and well-fed. Fireheart thought he could hardly believe they were the same scrawny creatures who had almost died when the sickness swept through their clan. He exchanged an uneasy glance with Greystripe. Sooner or later, he was sure, ThunderClan would have to meet these skilled fighters in battle. At a word from Tiger Star, the apprentices stopped their playful skirmish, and sat up, licking their ruffled fur. The two leaders began to make their way towards the great rock. Fireheart spotted Bluestar already waiting at its base, but he couldn't see Tallstar, the Wind Clan leader. As the ThunderClan cats dispersed to meet with warriors in other clans, he noticed Greystripe hurrying to a plump, bracken-colored she-cat and caught the scent of a River Clan from her. Fireheart felt a pang of anxiety as he watched his friend. He trusted Greystripe absolutely, even though he would always have one paw in River Clan while his kits were there. But several ThunderClan warriors would doubt his loyalty if they saw him so eager to talk to a River Clan cat. Fireheart's a quote-unquote traitor because he went to Wind Clan after the gathering in the last book. Remember, Bluestar thought that the dogs were actually Wind Clan? He thought that the dog that was in their territory and was pooping was Wind Clan invading their territory. So Bluestar accused them and then was gonna go attack them. And so Fireheart went and warned the Wind Clan leader, and they had like a meeting together, or tried to convince the Tallstar to have a meeting with Bluestar. And so Bluestar has now accused, now Bluestar's calling Fireheart a traitor because he tried to stop a fight from happening. Where are we? She's losing it. Oh, I have to sneeze so bad. Went away. My sneeze! My sneeze! At a word from Tiger Star, the apprentice... Oh, sorry, I already read that. Mosspelt, how are you? Greystripe greeted the she-cat. How are Featherkit and Stormkit? Featherpaw and Stormpaw now, replied Mosspelt proudly. They've just been apprenticed. That's great! Oh, that's great! Greystripe's yellow eyes were glowing as he turned to Fireheart. Did you hear what Mosspelt said? My kids are apprentices now. He glanced around. They're not here, are they? Mosspelt shook her head. They're too newly apprenticed for that. Maybe next time. I'll tell them you were asking after them, Greystripe. Thanks. Greystripe's excitement faded and was replaced by anxiety. What do they think when I didn't come back from the battle? Once they knew you weren't dead, they coped well, replied Mosspelt. Come on, Greystripe. It wasn't much of a shock. Every cat in River Clan knew you would go back eventually. Greystripe blinked in surprise. Really? Really? All the time you used to spend mooning around on the border and looking across the river? All the stories you told those kids about what you and Fireheart used to get up to when you were apprentices? It wasn't hard to see that your heart had never left ThunderClan. Greystripe blinked again. I'm sorry, Mosspelt. Nothing to be sorry for, retorted Mosspelt briskly. You can be sure that your kids will be well cared for. I'll keep an eye on them, and Mistyfoot and Stonefur are mentoring them. They are? Greystripe's eyes lit up again. That's great! Fireheart felt a pang of misgiving. Mistyfoot and Stonefur were both fine warriors, but he wondered why they had agreed to mentor Greystripe's kits. Mistyfoot had been a good friend to their mother, Silverstream, and so she might be expected to take on interest, but she and her brother had reacted with such hostility when he told them that Bluestar was their mother that Fireheart was surprised they wanted anything to do with kits who were half ThunderClan. Or was it possible that they wanted to teach the kids to be especially hostile towards their father's clan? You'll tell them how proud I am, won't you? Greystripe meowed urgently to Mosspelt, and remind them to do what their mentors tell them. Of course I will, Mossbelt let out a reassuring purr. And I know Mistyfoot will help you keep in touch with them. Leopardstar might not like it, but, well, what she doesn't know won't hurt her. Fireheart had his doubts. After her rejection of Bluestar, Mistyfoot might not want anything more to do with ThunderClan. He suspected she would feel more loyal than ever to RiverClan and Greypool, the cat she had always loved as her mother. Mother. Thanks, Mossbelt, mewed Greystripe. I won't forget all you've done. He looked around as yowling sounded from the top of the great rock to signal the start of the meeting. Turning, Fireheart saw that all 4 leaders were now assembled, their pelts shining in the moonlight as they stood looking down at the cats below. He paid little attention as the leaders formally opened the meeting. Instead, he wondered whether Bluestar would mention the terrible assault of Swiftpaw and Brightpaw, and whether any of the leaders had similar news. Fireheart almost hoped that they had, because that would prove the dark force in the forest was not a threat to ThunderClan alone, and so had not been sent by StarClan to punish Bluestar's challenge to them. Fireheart couldn't help thinking it was something greater than even that, a huge shadow that encompassed the whole forest, something that did not know the warrior code and regarded the cats merely as its prey. When Tallstar had finished, Tigerstar stepped forward. He gave a quick summary of how ShadowClan's training program was progressing, and another litter of kits had been born, and the 3 apprentices had been made into warriors. ShadowClan grows stronger again, he finished. We are all ready to take a full part in the life of the forest. Fireheart wondered if that meant ready to attack our neighbors. He waited at the sinking heart for Tigerstar to make a case for expanding his territory. The ShadowClan leader had paused and was gazing down at the assembled cats as if he had something particularly important to say. I have a request to make, he began. Many of you know that when I left ThunderClan, 2 kits were mine in the nursery. They were too young to travel then, and I am grateful to ThunderClan for the care they have given them. But now it's time for them to join me in the clan where they rightfully belong. Bluestar, I ask that you give me Bramblepaw and Twinypaw. Yowls of protest from the ThunderClan warriors broke out before Tigerstar had finished speaking. Fireheart was too stunned to join in. He had been concerned all along that meeting with his kits at the gatherings would not be enough for Tigerstar, but he had never expected a public demand for the kits to be handed over to ShadowClan. Bluestar drew herself up and waited for the noise to die away before she replied. Certainly not, she meowed. These are ThunderClan kits. They are apprenticed now, and they will stay where they belong. In ThunderClan? Tigerstar challenged her. I think not, Bluestar. These kits belong with me, and my warriors will take care of their apprentice training. By that argument, Fireheart thought, Greystripe's kits should return to ThunderClan, although he guessed that Bluestar wouldn't want to reopen that debate with RiverClan. He was relieved to see that Bluestar was not going to back down easily. Your concern is natural, Tigerstar, but you can be sure that the kits will receive the best possible training in ThunderClan. Tigerstar paused again, his gaze sweeping across the clearing, and when he spoke again it was not just to Bluestar, but the whole audience of cats. The ThunderClan leader tells me how well my kits will be turned in under her guidance, but ThunderClan have a poor record in looking after their young cats. One kit carried off by a hawk, one apprentice savaged to death, and another permanently crippled when they were sent alone without a warrior. Does any cat wonder that I'm concerned about the safety of my kits? Bro, when did he find that out? Gasps of horror came from all around the clearing. Fireheart gaped up at the ShadowClan leader. How had Tigerstar learned about Swiftpaw and Brightpaw? It was too soon for news to have traveled to ShadowClan, except Darkstripe! Fireheart thought, flexing his claws in anger. That treacherous warrior must have gone straight to Tigerstar and blurted out everything. In his fury, Fireheart missed Bluestar's reply, and when he made himself concentrate, Tigerstar was speaking again. I don't see what's so difficult, he meowed smoothly. After all, it won't be the first time that ThunderClan has handed over kits to other clans. Will it, Bluestar? Fear clenched in Fireheart's belly. Tigerstar was referring obliquely to Mistyfoot and Stonefur. Greypool had told Tigerstar that they had been born in ThunderClan. Fireheart thanked StarClan that Tigerstar did not know the names of the kits or who their mother was, but what little he knew was more than the rest of ThunderClan. Fireheart glanced sideways at Stonefur, sitting only a couple tail winks away. The blue-gray Tom had drawn himself up, his head erect, and was staring up at the great rock. His gaze was not fixed on Tigerstar, Fireheart noticed, but on Bluestar, and the expression in his eyes was one of pure hatred. Digging his claws into the ground, Fireheart waited for the ThunderClan leader's response. He could see how shaken she was, and when she managed to reply, every word seemed to catch in her throat like thorns. The past is in the past. We must not judge each situation on its own. We must judge each situation on its own merits. I will think carefully about what you say, Tigerstar, and give you my answer at the next gathering. Fireheart doubted that Tigerstar would consent to wait for a whole moon, but to his surprise, the ShadowClan leader dipped his head and stepped back a pace. Very well, he agreed. One more moon, but no longer. Bump, 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 bump. Okay, let me take a little break. I want to eat a truffle pig. A little truffle pig. I don't want the mint one. What the heck? Why am I only picking out mint ones? What the heck? 3 mint ones. I don't want a dark one either. Wobble dogs. How are your doggies, Juice? Are your wobble dogs doggied? Your dogs wobbly? Are they thriving in your wobbled? Well, that's not a good way to start your sentence off. Well, I have ones with 1 wing and 2 heads. Oh! One wing and 2 heads, huh? I hope they're thriving. Even if he only has 1 wing, but he has 2 heads. They've switched places. Hmm. 8 to 10 wings? Well, that's cool. Remember when my computer almost froze because God, the dog named God, got so many... What was it? It was his legs. He had so many legs that it messed up my game. And what was funny is it wasn't like every single, like all 4 of his legs. It was like his back left leg that he had like 1,000 or something. Like only his back left leg. So funny. I miss those guys. I miss those wobbly guys. Okay. I'm good. I'm good now. Chapter 23! Fireheart padded wearily through tall pines towards the 2-leg place. Heavy rain had fallen the night before, so that wet ash had burned debris clung to his paws. All his senses were alert, not for prey, but for any sign that the dark threat in the forest would emerge to attack his small group of cats as it had attacked Swiftpaw and Lostface. The injured she-cat was following Fireheart now, with Cloudtail at her side, while Graystripe brought up the rear, watchful for anything that might come upon them from behind. They were on their way to visit Cloudtail's mother, Princess. The young warrior had insisted on bringing Lostface with them. You'll have to leave camp sooner or later, he had meowed. We're not going anywhere near Snake Rocks. I'll make sure you're safe. Fireheart was amazed at how much Lostface trusted Cloudtail. She was obviously terrified by the thought of venturing outside the shelter of the camp. She jumped at every sound, every crackle of leaves under her paws, but she kept going, and Fireheart thought he saw in her a return of the courage she had shown when she was Brightpaw. When they came in sight of the fence at the end of the two-leg gardens, Fireheart signaled with his tail for his companions to stop. He could not see Princess, but when he opened his mouth to taste the air, he caught her scent. "Wait here," he told the others. "Keep a lookout and call me if there's trouble." Checking again to make sure there was no fresh scents of dogs or two legs, he raced across the stretch of open ground and leaped on the top of Princess's fence. A flash of white among the bushes in her garden alerted him, and a moment later his sister appeared, picking her way fastidiously across the wet grass. "Princess!" he called softly. Princess halted and looked up at him. As soon as she saw Fireheart, she bounded over to the fence and scrambled up to sit beside him. "Fireheart!" she purred, pressing herself against him. "It's so good to see you. How are you?" "I'm fine," Fireheart replied. I've brought you some visitors. Look." He pointed with his tail to where the other 3 cats were crouched at the edge of the trees. "There's Cloudpaw," Princess exclaimed, delighted. "But who are the others?" "The big gray Tom is my friend Graystripe," Fireheart told her. "You don't need to worry. He's much gentler than he looks. And the other cat," he flinched, "is called Lostface." "Lostface?" Princess echoed, opening her eyes wide. "What a horrible name! Why did they call her that?" "You'll see," Fireheart mewed grimly. "She's been badly hurt, so be kind to her." He jumped down from the fence, and after a moment's hesitation, Princess followed him and padded across to where the 3 cats waited. Cloudtail ran out to meet his mother, leaving Graystripe with Lostface, who touched noses with her. "Cloudpaw, it's been ages since I've seen you," Princess purred. "You're looking wonderful, and haven't you grown?" "You've got to call me Cloudtail now," her son announced. "I'm a warrior." Princess let out a little trill of joy. "A warrior already? Cloudtail, I'm so proud of you." While the Tabby Queen eagerly questioned her son about his life in the clan, Fireheart did not forget that danger might be near. "We can't stay long," he meowed. "Princess, have you heard anything about a dog loose in the forest?" Princess turned to him, her eyes wide and scared. "A dog? No, I don't know anything about that." "I think that might have been what the 2 legs were looking for that day. Sandstorm and I met you in the tall pines," Fireheart went on. "I don't think you should come into the forest alone anymore. Not for the time being, anyway. It's too dangerous." "Then you're in danger all the time," mewed Princess. Her voice rose in distress. "Oh, Fireheart!" "There's nothing for you to worry about," Fireheart tried to sound confident. "Just stay in your garden. The dog won't bother you there." "But I worry about you, Fireheart, and Cloudtail. You haven't got a nest to—" "Oh!" Princess had just caught sight of Lostface's damaged side and could not restrain a squeak of horror. Lostface heard her and crouched closer to the ground, uneasiness showing in her bristled fur. "Come and meet Lostface," Cloudtail meowed, giving his mother a hard stare. Nervously, Princess took a few paces that brought her to where Graystripe and Lostface waited. Graystripe nodded to her in greeting, and Lostface gazed up at her with her one good eye. "Oh my goodness, whatever happened to you?" Princess blurted out, her paws working on the ground. "Lostface went out to tackle the dog," Cloudtail answered. "She was very brave." "And it did that to you? Oh, you poor thing!" Princess's eyes were huger still, as she took in the full horror of Lostface's injuries, the ravaged face, the lost eye, and shredded ear. "And the same thing could happen to any of you." Fireheart gritted his teeth. His sister was saying all the wrong things, and Lostface was gazing at her with deep sadness in her remaining eyes. Cloudtail pressed his flank against her and nosed her comfortingly. "It's time you were going," Fireheart decided. "Cloudtail just wanted to give you his news. You'd better get back to your garden." Yes, I will." Princess backed away, her eyes still fixed on Lostface. "You'll come and see me again, Fireheart." "As soon as I can," he promised, and added silently, "alone." Princess retreated another pace or 2, then turned and dashed for her fence, swarming up it and pausing briefly at the top to meow, "Goodbye," before vanishing to the safety of her garden. Cloudtail let out a long breath. "That went well," he meowed bitterly. "You can't blame Princess," Fireheart told him. "She doesn't really understand what clan life is all about. She's just seen some of the worst of it. She doesn't like it." Graystripe grunted. "What can you expect from a kitty pet? Let's get home." Cloudtail gently nosed Lost Face. As she got to her paws, the young cat mewed timidly. Cloudtail, Princess looked as if she was scared of me. I want... She broke off, swallowing, and began again. I want to see myself. Is there a puddle nearby I can look into? Bro, she hasn't seen what her face looks like? Fireheart felt a pang of sorrow for the young she-cat, and admiration at her courage in facing what she had become. He turned his eyes to Cloudtail, willing to be guided by the younger cat on what they should do next. Cloudtail looked around for a moment, then pressed his muzzle against Lost Face's shoulder. Come with me, he meowed. He led her to where some of the previous night's rain still lay in the puddle among the roots of a tree. He nudged the ginger and white cat to the edge of the shining water. Together they stood and looked down. Cloudtail did not even flinch away when he saw what was reflected there, and Fireheart felt another rush of warmth towards his former apprentice. Lostface stood rigid for several heartbeats, gazing into the water. Her body stiffened and her single eye open wide. Now I see, she mewed quietly. I'm sorry if other cats feel upset when they look at me. Fireheart watched as Cloudtail turned her away from the terrible sight and covered the injured side of her face with soft, gentle licks. You're still beautiful to me, he told her. You always will be. Fireheart felt almost overwhelmed by his pity for the young she-cat, and his pride in Cloudtail for being so faithful to her. Patting over to them, he meowed, Lostface, it doesn't matter what you look like. We're still your friends. Lostface dipped her head to him gratefully. Lostface! Cloudtail spat suddenly. The venom in his voice startled Fireheart. I hate that name, he hissed. What right does BLUESTAR have to remind her of what happened every time a cat speaks her name? Well, I'm not going to use it again, and if BLUESTAR objects, she can go and eat snails. Fireheart knew he ought to rebuke the young warrior for his disrespecting words, but he said nothing. He had a good deal of sympathy for Cloudtail's point of view. Lostface was a cruel name, a symbol of BLUESTAR's continuing war with StarClan, given without any thought for the cat who bore it. But the name had been given to the ginger and white she-cat in a formal ceremony watched by StarClan, and there was nothing Fireheart could do about it now. Are we standing about here all day? Greystripe asked. Okay, full offense. Full offense at Fireheart and Sandstorm's romance, but Cloudtail and Brightpaw are like 5 million tiers above them. Whatever's happening with Fireheart and Sandstorm, Cloudtail and Brightpaw have surpassed it by tenfold. He is like the sweetest and most in love cat, and she is like so gentle. It's so emotional. Jeez. They're like the cutest thing. It makes my heart warm. I'm so happy that Lostface romance isn't dead in the warrior cat world. Name a better love story than Cloudtail and Brightpaws. Fireheart heaved a deep sigh. No, let's go. The time was coming when he and his warriors would have to confront whatever had turned them into prey in their own territory. Fireheart dreamt he was padding through a forest, clearing a new leaf. Sunlight streamed through the trees, making dappled patterns of light and shade that shifted as the leaves stirred in the breeze. He paused and opened his mouth so that he could taste the air. Very faintly, he could make out a familiar sweet scent, and a quiver of happiness ran through him. Spotted Leaf, he whispered. Spotted Leaf, are you there? For a moment, he thought that he could see bright eyes shining from the depths of a clump of ferns. Warm breath caressed his ear, and a voice murmured, Fireheart, remember the enemy that never sleeps. Then the vision faded, and he woke to find himself in the warrior den with the cold light of day in Neat Bear striking him through the branches. Still clutching at the last shreds of his dream, Fireheart stretched and shook scraps of moss from his fur. Scraps of moss. It was several moons since Spotted Leaf had first warned him to beware of the enemy that never slept. That had been shortly before Tigerstar attacked ThunderClan camp with his band of rogues. just when Fireheart had hoped that the treacherous deputy's exile had sent him away for good. The thought of Tigerstar reminded Fireheart of the most recent gathering. There was no doubt that the former deputy wanted Bramblepaw and Twinypaw, and in spite of what he said to Bluestar, Fireheart was sure that he would not be prepared to wait. Even though Fireheart was not surprised at Tigerstar's demand, there could be no question of handing them over. Part of Fireheart would have been relieved to see them go, to put an end to his own feelings of mistrust and guilt. But these were ThunderClan kits, and the Warrior Code demanded that the clan should do everything to keep them. A rustle in the bedding behind him told Fireheart that Sandstorm was waking up. He cast an uneasy glance at her. "Sandstorm," he began. The ginger she-cat glared at him as she shook herself and stood up. "I'm going hunting," she spat. "That's what you want, isn't it?" Without waiting for a reply, she patted across the den and prodded Dustpelt. "Come on, you lazy furball," she meowed. "All the prey will die of old age before you get out there." "I'll find Cloudtail for you," Fireheart offered hastily, and then slipped out of the den. Sandstorm clearly wasn't going to welcome any attempt to be friendly. The day was gray and cold, and as he paused to taste the air, a drop of rain stung him in the face. On the far side of the clearing, Bramblepaw and Twinypaw were sitting with the other apprentices outside their den. "Bramblepaw, I'll take you hunting later," Fireheart called. His apprentice got to his paws, dipped his head in acknowledgement, and sat down again with his back to Fireheart. Fireheart sighed. Sometimes it felt as if every cat in the clan had a reason to dislike him. He headed for the Elder's Den, guessing that Cloudtail would be with Lostface. Even though the injured cat had been in the Elder's Den for a few days now, Cloudtail still spent all his spare time with her. When Fireheart reached the burned-out shell of the fallen tree where the Elders lived, he saw the White Tom seated near the entrance of the den. His tail was curled around his paws while he watched Lostface gently examining Dappletail's pelt for ticks. "Is she okay?" Fireheart murmured, his voice so low that Lostface would not hear him. "Of course she's okay." "Oh, of course she's okay." No, that's not old voice. Of course she's okay. I guess she's not that old yet. Fireheart turned to see Speckletail. The desolate look that she had worn since Snowkit's death had vanished. Her temper clearly hadn't softened, but her eyes glowed with affection as she looked at Lostface. "She's a fine young cat. Have you found out what hurt her?" Fireheart shook his head. "It's a real help that you can look after her, Speckletail." He meowed. Speckletail sniffed. Something gets the feeling that she thinks she has to look after me." She looked sharply at Fireheart, and he was saved from having to answer by one eye. "Did you want something, Fireheart?" asked the elderly pale green-gray she-cat, looking up from her washing. "I was looking for Cloudtail. Sandstorm's ready to go hunting." "What?" Cloudtail sprang to his paws. "Why didn't you say so? She'll claw my ears off if I keep her waiting." He dashed off. "Mousebrain," muttered Speckletail. But Fireheart suspected that she was as fond of the young warrior as all the elders. Saying goodbye to Lostface in one eye, he padded into the clearing in time to see Sandstorm leaving at the head of her hunting patrol. Brindleface was saying goodbye to them, gazing proudly at her foster kit. "You will be careful, won't you?" she mewed anxiously. "None of us know what's out there." "Don't worry," Cloudtail flicked her affectionately with his tail. "If we meet the dog, I'll bring it back for fresh kill." At the entrance of the camp, the patrol passed Longtail on its way in. The pale warrior was shaking as if with cold. His eyes were staring. Instantly alarmed, Fireheart crossed the clearing to meet him. "What's happened?" he asked. Longtail shuddered. Fireheart, there's something I have to tell you. What's the problem? As he drew closer, Fireheart caught an unexpected scent on Longtail's fur. The stench of the Thunderpath, the acrid scent was unmistakable, and Fireheart's alarm turned to suspicion. "Where have you been?" he growled. "To ShadowClan, maybe? To see Tigerstar? Don't try to deny it. Your fur stinks of the Thunderpath." Fireheart, it's not what you think. Longtail sounded worried. "Okay, I did go that way, but I didn't go anywhere near ShadowClan. I went to Snake Rocks." "Snake Rocks? What for?" Fireheart wasn't sure he could believe anything the pale warrior told him. "I've sent a Tigerstar there." Longtail explained. 2 or 3 times lately. You didn't report it? Fireheart felt his fur bristle with fury. A cat from another clan in our territory? A murderer and a traitor. And what's more, you didn't report it? I thought... stammered Longtail. I know what you thought, Fireheart snarled. You thought, this is Tigerstar. He can do what he wants. Don't lie to me. You and Darkstripe were his allies when he was in ThunderClan, and you're still his allies now. It was you or Darkstripe who told him about Swiftpaw and Lost Face. Don't try to deny it. It was Darkstripe. Longtail scuffled the dry earth under his paws. So that you could accuse BLUESTAR of negligence in front of the entire gathering, Fireheart concluded grimly. So you could help him steal a couple of apprentices from this clan? That's it, isn't it? You're plotting with Tigerstar to steal his clits. No, you've got it wrong, meowed Longtail. I don't know anything about that. Darkstripe and Tigerstar often meet together on the border by the Thunderpath, but they don't tell me what it's about. He glared resentfully. Anyway, this isn't about the kits at all. I went to Snake Rocks to find out what Tigerstar was doing there, and I found something that you need to see. Fireheart stared at him. You want me to come with you to Snake Rocks, where you admit you've sent a Tigerstar? Do you think I'm quite mad? He turned a little English there. Do you think I'm quite mad? But Fireheart, silence! Fireheart hissed. You and Darkstripe were always Tigerstar's allies. Why should I trust what you say now? Bro, he's sounding like BLUESTAR right now. He turned and stalked away. He was convinced that Longtail and Darkstripe were setting a trap for him, just as Tigerstar had once set a trap for BLUESTAR beside the Thunderpath. If he were mouse-brained enough to go with Longtail to Snake Rocks, he might never come back. He found that his paws had taken him to the Medicine Cat's clearing. As he brushed through the ferns, Cinderpelt put her head out of the cleft of the rock. Fireheart, what's the matter? Fireheart halted, trying to get his anger under control. Cinderpelt's blue eyes widened in consideration. She patted to his side and pressed her gray flank against him. Steady, Fireheart. What got you worked up like this? It's just... Fireheart flicked his tail towards the main clearing. Longtail, I'm convinced he and Darkstripe are plotting against the clan. Cinderpelt narrowed her eyes. What makes you think that? Longtail wants to lure me out to Snake Rocks. He told me he sent a Tigerstar there. I think they're setting a trap for me. Dismay spread over the Medicine Cat's face, but when she spoke, her words were not what Fireheart had expected. Fireheart, do you know how much you sound like BLUESTAR? Fireheart opened his mouth to reply, and could not. What did Cinderpelt mean? He was nothing like BLUESTAR. With her irrational fears that every cat in the clan was trying to betray her? Or was he? He forced himself to relax, letting the fur on his shoulders lie flat. Come on, Fireheart, Cinderpelt urged. If he meant to lead you into a trap with Tigerstar, would he tell you he'd scented him? Even Longtail isn't as mouse-brained as that. I suppose not, Fireheart admitted reluctantly. Then why don't you go and ask him what it's all about? As he hesitated, she added, I know he and Darkstripe were Tigerstar's friends when he were here, but Longtail at least seems loyal to the clan now. Besides, if he is tempted to betray the clan, you won't help by refusing to listen when he tries to tell you something. That's just pushing him into Tigerstar's paws. I know, Fireheart sighed. I'm sorry, Cinderpelt. Cinderpelt let out a purr and touched her nose with his. Go and talk to him. I'll come with you. Bracing himself, Fireheart headed out into the clearing again, looking around for Longtail. A chill ran through him as he realized that he might have already driven the pale warrior out in search of Tigerstar. But when he checked the warrior's den, he was there, crouched in a huddle with Whitestorm. Whitestorm, you've got to listen to me, Longtail was meowing as Fireheart and Cinderpelt entered. There was real fear in his voice. Fireheart thinks I'm a traitor, and he won't have anything to do with me. Well, it seems like you've been meeting Tigerstar and telling him our news, Whitestorm pointed out reasonably. Not me! Darkstripe! Whitestorm shrugged, as if he wasn't interested in arguing. All right, go on. What's the problem? There are dogs living at Snake Rocks! Longtail blurted out. Dogs? Have you seen them? Fireheart interrupted. Both his warriors looked up as he padded over to them, with Cinderpelt just behind. You sure you want to hear? Longtail said accusingly. You're not going to charge me with plotting again, are you? I'm sorry about that, Fireheart mewed. Tell me about the dog. Dogs, Fireheart. meowed Longtail. A whole pack of them. Fireheart's blood turned to ice at the word pack, but he said nothing, and Longtail went on. I told you I sent a Tiger Star over at Snake Rocks. I thought I should warn him about the danger there, and I wanted to know what he was doing so far into ThunderClan territory. Well, I found out. He shuddered. Go on. Fireheart urged, now realizing how wrong he had been. Longtail really did have important news to report. You know the caves? Longtail meowed. I was just coming up to them when I saw Tiger Star, but he didn't see me. I thought he was stealing prey at first because he was dragging a dead rabbit along, but he left it on the ground just outside the cave entrance. He broke off, his eyes clouded with terror as he saw again something unseen by the other cats. And then? Whitestorm prompted. Then this creature appeared out of the cave. I swear it was the biggest dog I've ever seen. Forget the stupid things that come with 2 legs. This was huge. I only saw its front paws and its head, enormous slavering jaws. You've never seen such teeth. Longtail's eyes were wide from the memory of fear. It snatched the rabbit and dragged it into the cave, he continued. And then the howling and barking started. It sounded as if there were more dogs in there, all fighting over the rabbit. It was hard to understand what they were saying, but I think they were saying pack, pack, and kill, kill. Fireheart stiffened, every limb locked in terror, and Cinderpelt mewed quietly. Those were the words in my dream. And what Lostface said, Fireheart added. He knew at last what terrible creatures had attacked the young she-cat. He remembered that StarClan had warned Bluestar about the pack. Longtail had discovered the true nature of the evil in the force that had turned the cats into prey, the hunters into hunted. Not a single dog separated from its 2 legs, but a whole pack of savage creatures. Fireheart could not imagine where they had come from, but he knew that StarClan would never have unleashed such destruction and risked the balance of life in the whole forest. And you said Tiger Star fed these dogs? He questioned Longtail. What does he think he's doing? I don't know, the pale warrior admitted. When he dropped the rabbit, he jumped on top of the rock. I don't think the first dog saw him. Then he went away. You didn't speak to him? No, Fireheart, I didn't. He never knew I was there. I'll swear by anything you like, by StarClan, by the life of Bluestar. I don't know what Tiger Star is doing. His fear convinced Fireheart. He had been expecting an attempt by Tiger Star to steal the kits, but this was something far more complicated. How could he ever imagine the ShadowClan leader would give up his grudge against ThunderClan? He realized that he should have been more afraid of Tiger Star all along. Somehow, he was linked to the dark force in the forest. Yet Fireheart didn't know what Tiger Star wanted with the dogs, or what advantage he could gain by feeding them. What do you think? He asked. What do you think? He asked Whitestorm. I think we need to investigate, meowed the older warrior grimly, and I'm just wondering how much Darkstripe knows about all this. So am I, agreed Fireheart, but I'm not going to ask him. If he is in leagues with Tiger Star, he won't tell us anything useful. Rounding on Longtail, he added, Don't you dare say a word to Darkstripe about this. Stay away from him. I will, Fireheart, the pale warrior stammered. We still need to know why Tiger Star is taking such enormous risk, feeding fresh kill to these dogs, Whitestorm went on. If you want to lead a patrol up the Snake Rocks, I'll come with you. Fireheart looked upwards, judging the light. It's too late today, he decided. By the time we reach Snake Rocks, it would be getting dark. We'll go at dawn tomorrow. I'll find out what Tiger Star thinks he's up to, if it's the last thing I do. That's such a sneaky plan. Tiger Star can feign innocence and be like, oh my god, the dogs attacking Thunder. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. That's just horrible. Maybe we can help you, ThunderClan. We're so cool. Actually, I don't know if that happens, but so clever of him. Oh, shucks. The shame. Imagine. I'm curious, no. I was gonna say, I wonder if the dogs would recognize Tiger Star's scent and, associate him with food, but I don't think that the dogs are so like heck bent on destroying things and like aggression. Like it's one of those like unfortunate things about some dogs that are like they're always on high alert. They aren't thinking. Poor trauma in the puppy dogs. The puppy dogs. Chapter 24. I wonder if there's 30 chapters in this. I don't know. Fireheart emerged from the warrior's den and paused. He gazed across the clearing to where Sandstorm was crouched by the nettle patch, gulping down a piece of fresh kill. He had chosen some of the warriors he wanted to come with him to Snake Rocks, but so far he had not spoken to Sandstorm. He was reluctant to risk her life on this dangerous mission, and afraid she would refuse to come if it meant following his orders. Yet he knew that he could not imagine going without her. Taking a deep breath, he padded over to the nettle patch and sat down beside her. Sandstorm swallowed the last mouthful of squirrel. Fireheart, what is it? Quietly, Fireheart told her what Longtail had discovered at Snake Rocks. I want you to come with us, he told her. You're fast and brave, and the clan needs you. The sheik had turned her green gaze on him, but Fireheart could not read the expression there. I need you, he blurted out, afraid she was about to refuse. For BLUESTAR's sake, as well as the clan's. I know things haven't been right between us ever since I stopped the battle with WindClan, but I trust you. Whatever you think about me, do it for the clan. Sandstorm nodded slowly. She was looking thoughtful, and a small seed of hope began to grow in Fireheart's heart. I know why you didn't want to fight with WindClan, she began. In a way, I thought you were right, but it was hard to know you had gone behind BLUESTAR's back without telling the rest of us. I know, but you're the deputy, Sandstorm interrupted, reaching one paw towards him for silence. You have responsibilities the rest of us can't understand, and I can see how torn you must have felt between loyalty to BLUESTAR and loyalty to the clan. Hesitating, she stared down at her paws and added, I was torn too. I wanted to be loyal to the warrior code, and I wanted to be loyal to you, Fireheart. Oh, snap. Fireheart felt too full of emotions to answer. He stretched out his head and pressed against her flank, and to his delight she did not move away. Instead, she looked up at him, and he felt as if he were drowning in the depths of her green gaze. I'm sorry, Sandstorm, he murmured. I never meant to hurt you. His voice barely more than a whisper, he added, I love you. Sandstorm's eyes glowed. I love you too, Fireheart, she whispered. That's why it hurt so much when you asked BLUESTAR if Breakenford could mentor Thorn Tawny Paw. I thought you didn't respect me. I made a mistake, Fireheart's voice shook. I don't know how I could have been so mouse-brained. Sandstorm let a purr and touched her nose to his. I want you to be beside me always, Fireheart breathed in her scent, rejoicing in the warmth of her body. He suddenly felt that he would be happy if they could stay like this forever. But he knew he could not. Sandstorm, he told her, lifting his head. I know what we're going to face out there. It's more dangerous than I ever imagined. I'm not ordering you to come, but I still want you with me. Sandstorm's purr grew deeper, a vibration that filled her whole body. Of course I'm coming, you stupid furball, she mewed. Romance isn't dead. They're so hot and cold, these two. But like later, it's I know like later Sandstorm loses that kind of fire. She's very yeah, he did say it. I actually forgot that he straight up said it, but I guess they had to say it to make it like official. You know what, Fireheart? I still won't give you credit because I think Cloudtail did better. But he did have a lot of stuff on his mind and on his plate. So okay, I'll give Fireheart the benefit of the doubt. I wish Sandstorm stayed like more her like sassy self. But she loses the sassy self as the series goes on, I feel. Personality. Same, she just became a mellow background character. Yeah. Same with Graystripe. Although Graystripe still was unique in himself, Sandstorm was just kind of like hanging out with Fireheart, you know? Graystripe remained Graystripe. But Fireheart, I mean, Sandstorm became just one of Fireheart's homies. Arm candy, one might say. But strong arm candy. Arm candy that could punch someone out. Fireheart set a double watch on the camp that night and kept vigil himself in the center of the clearing. A growing sense of horror crept over him as he listened to the wind sighing through the bare trees. It seemed to carry Spotted Leaf's voice to him, murmuring about the enemy that never slept. Tiger Star, the dogs, or both. The enemy was about to unleash its fury, and no cat was safe. The next day, Fireheart knew, could see the final destruction of his clan. As he watched the moon above him, barely waning from the fall, Cinderpelt emerged from her den and padded across the clearing to sit beside him. "If you're leading a patrol tomorrow, you should get some sleep," she advised. "You'll need all your strength." "I know," Fireheart agreed, "but I don't think I could sleep." He raised his eyes to the moon again and the glittering stars of Silverpelt. It looked so peaceful up there. But down here... "Yes," murmured Cinderpelt. "Down here I can feel the evil growing. The forest is dark with it, and Starkland cannot help us. It's up to us." "So you really don't believe that Starkland has sent this pack to punish us?" Cinderpelt met his gaze, her eyes shining with the reflected light of the moon. "No, Fireheart, I don't." She leaned towards him and let her muzzle brush lightly against the side of his face. "You're not alone, Fireheart," she promised. "I'm with you, and so is the rest of the clan." Cinderpelt has a hardcore crush on Fireheart. Fireheart hoped that she was right. The clan would survive only if united and faced the dark threat together. They had supported him in the battle that wasn't fought against WindClan, but would they join him in facing the pack? A few moments later, Cinderpelt asked, "What will you tell BLUESTAR?" "Nothing," Fireheart replied. "Not until we've had a look around, at least. There's no point in upsetting her. She doesn't have the strength to cope with this. Not now." Cinderpelt murmured agreement. She kept watch with him in silence until the moon began to set. Then she meowed. "Fireheart, I'm telling you as a medicine cat that you need rest. What happens tomorrow could determine the very future of this clan, and we need all our warriors to be at full strength." Reluctantly, Fireheart had to admit she was right. Giving Cinderpelt's ear a farewell lick, he got up to his paws, padded off to the warrior's den, and curled himself into the moss bed beside Sandstorm. But his sleep was broken, and his dreams were dark. Once he thought he saw Spotted Leaf bounding towards him, and his heart lifted in joy, but before she reached him, she turned into a huge dog with gaping jaws and eyes like flames. Fireheart woke, shuddering, to see the first light of dawn was beginning to seep into the sky. "This could be the last dawn I ever see," he thought. "Death waits for us out there." Then, as he raised his head, he saw that Sandstorm was sitting beside him, watching over him while he slept. As he saw the love in her eyes, he felt a new strength flowing through his limbs. He sat up and gave the she-cat's ear a gentle lick. "It's time," he meowed. Bracing himself, he roused the cats he had chosen the evening before for his patrol to Snake Rocks. Cloudtail almost leaped out of his nest, his tail lashing fiercely at the thought of confronting the creatures who had injured Lostface. Brindleface, who had been sleeping close to the young warrior, awoke with him and followed him to the edge of the den. "May StarClan go with you," she mewed, grooming the scrapes of moss out of his fur. Cloudtail pressed his muzzle against hers. "It is, Sven, it is." "Don't worry," he assured his foster mother. "I'll tell you all about it when I come back." Fireheart woke Whitestorm and then padded across the den to where Graystripe lay curled up in a pile of heather. Prodding him with one paw, he murmured, "Come on." Graystripe blinked and sat up. "This is just like the old days," he mewed, in a vain attempt to sound cheerful. "You and me charging into danger again." He pushed his forehead against Fireheart's shoulder. "Thanks for choosing me, Fireheart. I'm scared stiff, but I'll prove that I'm loyal to ThunderClan. I promise." Fireheart pressed against him briefly and left the Grey Warrior to have a quick wash while he went to wake Longtail. The pale warrior shivered as he crawled out of his nest, but his eyes were determined. "I'll show you that you can trust me." he promised quietly. Fireheart pressed against him briefly. Oh, sorry. Fireheart nodded, still half ashamed that he hadn't listened to Longtail the night before. The clan needs you, Longtail, he meowed. Far more than Tigerstar and Darkstripe need you, believe me. Longtail brightened at that and followed Fireheart with the other warriors out into the nettle patch. They gulped down fresh kill while Fireheart quickly reminded them of what Longtail had told them the day before. We're going to investigate, he meowed. We can't decide how to get rid of these dogs until we know exactly what we have to face. We're not going to attack them. Not yet. Have you got that, Cloudtail? Cloudtail's blue eyes burned into his, and he did not reply. I won't take you, Cloudtail, unless you promise me to do as you're told without question. Oh, all right. The tip of Cloudtail's tail flicked irritably. I want every last dog turned into crow food, but I'll do it your way, Fireheart. Good. Fireheart's gaze swept over the rest of the patrol. Any questions? What if we come across Tigerstar? Asked Sandstorm. A cat from another clan in our territory. Fireheart bared his teeth. Yes, you can attack him. Cloudtail let out a growl of satisfaction. Gulping down the last of his fresh kill, Fireheart led the way out of camp and up the ravine. Although the sun had nearly risen, clouds covered the sky, and shadows still lay thick among the trees. There was a strong smell of rabbit not far from camp, but Fireheart ignored it. There was no time to hunt. The warriors advanced wearily in single file, with Fireheart in the lead and Whitestorm keeping watch at the rear. After what he had learned from Longtail, Fireheart felt even more strongly that the familiar forest had become full of danger, and his fur prickled with expectation of attack. All was quiet until they drew close to Snake Rocks. Fireheart was considering the best way to approach the caves when Greystripe mewed. What's that? He plunged into a clump of dead bracken. A moment later, Fireheart heard his voice, strained and hoarse. Come look at this. Fireheart followed the sound and found Greystripe crouched over a dead rabbit. Its throat had been torn out, and its fur was stiff with dried blood. The pack have been killing again, Longtail mewed grimly. Then why didn't they eat the prey? Asked Sandstorm, coming up to sniff at the limp gray-brown body. She sniffed again. Fireheart, there's ShadowClan sent here. Fireheart opened his jaw and drew the forest breeze over the glands of the roof of his mouth. Sandstorm was right. The scent was faint but unmistakable. Tigerstar killed this rabbit, he murmured, and then left it here. What for, I wonder? He remembered how Longtail had reported seeing Tigerstar feeding the pack with rabbit, and the reek of rabbit that had followed them all the way from the ThunderClan camp. Backing away from the prey, he summoned Cloudtail with a flick of his tail. Go back along the way we came, he instructed. You're looking for dead rabbits. If you find any, check for other scents, and then come and tell me. Whitestorm, you go with them. He watched the two warriors retreat, and then turned to Greystripe. Stay here and guard this. Sandstorm, Longtail, come with me. Even more cautious now, pausing to taste the air every few steps, Fireheart drew closer to Snake Rocks. It wasn't long before they discovered another dead rabbit laying exposed on a rock, with the same betraying scent of Tigerstar lingering around it. By the time they were in sight of the mouth of the cave, Fireheart could just make out the shape of yet another rabbit lying at the edge of the open space in front of it. There was no sign of the pack. Where are the dogs? He muttered. In the cave, replied Longtail. That's where I saw Tigerstar leave the rabbit yesterday. When they come out, they'll see the rabbit over there, and then they'll send this one. Fireheart was thinking out loud. And then there's the one Greystripe found. Understanding hit him like a rock, and he could scarcely breathe for fear. I know what Whitestorm and Cloudtail will find. Tigerstar has laid a trail straight back to camp. Longtail crouched down on the forest floor, and Sandstorm's eyes stretched wide with horror. You mean he wants to bring the pack right to us? Pictures flashed through Fireheart's mind of massive, slavering dogs racing down the side of the ravine and breaking through the fern wall into the peaceful camp. He could see jaws snapping, limp feline bodies tossed high in the air, kids wailing as cruel teeth reached for them. He shuddered. Yes, come on. We have to break the trail. Not even an order from StarClan themselves could have made Fireheart try to retrieve the rabbit that was close to the cave mouth, but he snatched up the one that lay on the rock and bounded back to where he had left Greystripe. He set down his burden long enough to meow. Bring that rabbit. We have to warn the clan. Ears pricked in amazement, Greystripe obeyed. They headed back towards the camp, and before they had traveled more than a few fox lengths away, Fireheart spotted Cloudtail and Whitestorm coming to meet them. Slipping warily through the undergrowth, we found 2 more rabbits, Cloudtail reported, both stinking of Tiger Star. Then go and fetch them. Rapidly, Fireheart explained what he suspected. We'll dump them in the stream somewhere and break the trail. That's all very well, Whitestorm meowed. You can shift the rabbits, but what about the scent? Fireheart froze. Fear was making him stupid, he realized. The rabbit scent had spilled blood would still lead the pack straight through ThunderClan camp. We'll move the rabbits anyway, he decided swiftly. They might slow the dogs up, but we've got to get back to warn the clan. They'll have to leave camp. Racing through the forest, ears pricked for the sound of the pack behind them, they headed for the camp. Soon they had more rabbits than they could carry. Tiger Star must have hunted all night to catch this many, Fireheart thought grimly. Let's leave them all here, Sandstorm suggested when they were still some way from the ravine. Her flanks heaved as she gasped for breath, and she had torn a claw, but her eyes glittered with determination, and Fireheart knew that she would run forever if he asked her to. If the dogs find a good meal, they'll stop to eat it. Good idea, Fireheart meowed. It might have been better to leave them closer to the cave, Whitestorm pointed out, his eyes dark with worry. That might have stopped the dogs coming to camp at all. True, Fireheart replied, but there isn't time. The dogs could be on their way already. We don't want to meet them. Whitestorm nodded agreement. They left the heap of rabbits in full view on the trail and sprinted on. Fireheart felt his heart pounding wildly. He should have known his old enemy would be connecting with the dark force that threatened the forest. Only StarClan knew how Tiger Star had found out that the dogs were at Snake Rocks, but he was using them to destroy the clan he hated. Bro, it was Darkstripe. As he dashed through the trees, Fireheart was afraid that it might be too late to stop him. At the top of the ravine, he paused. Spread out, he ordered his warriors. Make sure there's no fresh kill close to camp. Wait, what? Sorry, I started reading ahead. I can't read ahead! They headed down the ravine, ranging from side to side. Cloudtail drew ahead, and not far from the entrance, Fireheart saw him stop dead. He was staring down at something on the ground. No! No! His voice was ear-splitting yowl, and Fireheart's fur bristled in horror. No! Cloudtail yowled again. Fireheart! Fireheart dashed to the warrior's side. Cloudtail was standing stiff-legged, every hair on his pelt on end as if he were facing an enemy. His eyes were fixed on a limp heap of tabby fur huddled at his paws. Why? Fireheart! Cloudtail wailed. Why her? Fireheart knew, but rage and grief made it hard to speak. Because Tiger Star wants the pack to get taste for cat blood, he rasped. The dead cat lying in front of them was Brindleface. It's his mom! His adopted mama! Bro, I'm getting a little teary. No, Brindleface was so sweet! I forgot, I don't remember that happening! Why? Why are they so cruel? They even had that cute scene where she was like, please come home safe. And he was like, I will come home, don't worry, Mama. How dare they? How dare they? I was like, that's why I paused, because I read down and I saw that Cloudtail was wailing, and I was like, what happened to not Brindle, what happened to Lost Face? Because I was like, they didn't do anything to Lost Face. I know this because I know the future of the books. So I was like, what the heck would happen to Lost Face? But it wasn't her, it was Brindleface. We're in the climax, you guys. Bro, almost 10 pages away from the end. Chapter 25. Oh, I'm a little teary. Cloudtail and Sandstorm carried Brindleface's body back to camp. But there was no time for the morning rituals. The morning rituals. I'm not ready either. Ah! Okay, it's okay. Apparently, she had gone out hunting alone very early, and the other cats had only just noticed that she was taking a long time to return. Her burial was a hurried affair, carried out by Cloudtail and her two kits, Fernpaw and Ashpaw, while Fireheart summoned the clan together. They returned as Fireheart stood at the foot of the high rock, waiting for the rest of the cats to gather. Cloudtail paced back and forth, his tail lashing fiercely. Honestly, I think Cloudtail should kill Tigerstar. I think he deserves that right. I think he deserves it. I'll fillet Tigerstar, he vowed. I'll scatter his innards from here to Highstones. He's mine, Fireheart, and don't you forget it. And don't you forget that you're under my orders, Fireheart told him. Right now we have to deal with the dog pack. We'll worry about Tigerstar later. Cloudtail bared his teeth with a hiss of frustration, but did not argue. Meanwhile, the rest of the clan were huddled in a shocked and silent crowd around Fireheart. Cinderpelt appeared from Bluestar's den and limped rapidly across him. Bluestar's asleep, she meowed. Better to tell her about this when we've worked out a plan, don't you think? Fireheart nodded, wondering how his leader would react when she found out that all her fears about Tigerstar were true. Would the dreadful knowledge drive her into madness once and for all? Pushing his fears aside, Fireheart turned to address the clan. Cats of ThunderClan, he began. This morning we discovered that there's a pack of dogs in our territory, living in the caves at Snake Rocks. Murmuring broke out among the assembled cats, along with a few yowls of defiance. Fireheart guessed they scarcely believed him, but there was worse news to come. He couldn't help staring at Darkstripe, but the Dark Warrior's expression was unreadable, and Fireheart had no idea how much he already knew. Tigerstar has been feeding the dogs, he went on, struggling to keep his voice calm. He has laid a trail of dead rabbits to lead them right into our camp, but you all know what lay at the end of the trail. He dipped his head towards the place outside the camp where Brindleface had been buried. He had to signal with his tail for silence as a chorus of wailing broke out. He couldn't help noticing Goldenflower crouched with her head down as she listened to what Tigerstar had done, and he looked instinctively for the two newest apprentices. Twinypaw was staring at him with horror on her face, but Bramblepaw's face was hidden. Fireheart wondered if he was equally shocked, or if a part of him admired his father for carrying out such a bold plan. When he could make himself heard again, Fireheart went on. We have tried to break the trail, but the rabbits have lain there all night, and the pack will follow the scent they left behind. We must all leave, elders, kits, everyone. If the dogs come to camp, they must not find us here. More sounds of dismay, this time with the low, anxious murmuring. Dappletail, an aged, once pretty tortoiseshell she-cat, called out, Where shall we go? To Sunning Rocks, Fireheart replied. Once you're there, climb. The tallest tree you can find. The dogs will follow you. They'll think they lost the scents on the rocks, and they won't look for you. To his relief, the clan grew quiet now that he had given them definitive orders, though the cats still crouched in grief for Brindleface. Her kits, the apprentices Fernpaw and Ashpaw, were pressed close together with looks of stunned horror on their face. Fireheart thanked StarClan that the day, although gray and chilly, was dry, and there were no sick cats or very young kits to make the journey. What about the pack? Dustpelt asked. What are we going to do about them? Fireheart hesitated. He knew the pack was too strong for his warriors to attack directly. Tigerstar would have to would never lead them to camp unless he had a certain of that. StarClan, help me, he prayed silently, as though the warrior ancestors had heard him. An idea flashed into his mind. That's it, he whispered. We'll steal the trail. As the cats close by stared at him, he repeated more loudly, We'll steal the trail. What do you mean? Sandstorm asked, her green eyes wide. Just what I say. Tigerstar wants to lead the dogs right to camp. Fine, we'll let him do that. And when they arrive, we'll be waiting to take them to the gorge. Not far from Fort Trees, on the far side of ThunderClan's territory, the river formed between sheer-sided cliffs. The current was fast and strong, and there were sharp rocks concealed just under the surface. If cats had drowned there, why not dogs? We'll need to lure the dogs over there, Fireheart went on, the details of the plan taking shape into his mind as he spoke. We'll need more warriors who can run fast. His dark green gaze swept the cats around him. Graystripe, Sandstorm, Mousefur, and Longtail, Dustpelt, and I'm going myself. That should be enough. The rest of you gather by camp entrance, ready to move out. As the cats he had not named began to obey his orders, Fireheart saw Fernpaw and Ashpaw pushing their way in front of the crowd. Fireheart, we want to help, Fernpaw begged, fixing her shocked, pleading eyes on Fireheart. I said warriors, Fireheart reminded her gently. But Brindleface was our mother, protested Ashpaw. Please, Fireheart, we want to do it for her. Yes, take them with you, Whitestone put in, his voice grave. Their anger will make them fearless. Fireheart hesitated. Then he saw intensity in the White Warrior's eyes and nodded. All right. What about me? Cloudtail demanded, his tail beginning to lash again. Listen, Cloudtail, Fireheart meowed. I can't take all my best warriors to lure the dogs. Some of you have to look after the rest of the clan. Cloudtail opened his mouth to argue, but Fireheart went on quickly. I'm not giving you the easy job. If we fail, you're likely to find yourself fighting the dogs, and maybe ShadowClan as well. Think, Cloudtail, he urged, as the warrior still looked unconvinced. What better revenge could you take on Tigerstar than to make sure that his plan fail and that ThunderClan survives? Cloudtail was silent for a moment, his face twisted in grief and anger for Brindleface. Don't forget Lostface, Fireheart meowed quietly. She'll need you now more than ever. The young warrior straightened up at the mention of his injured friend. And glanced across the clearing to see her limping towards the entrance, guided by Speckletail and the other elders. Her one eye was staring and her sides heaved with terror. Right, Fireheart. Cloudtail sounded utterly determined. I'm on my way. Thank you. Friend. Right. All right. Hydrate! Okay, a quick hydrate. We're in the spicy moments, Mika. Thank you, Fireheart called after him as he raced across the clearing to Lostface's side. I trust you, Cloudtail. As he watched the assembling cats, a movement beyond them caught his eye. Darkstripe was slinking through a gap in the thorny hedge, closely followed by Bramblepaw and Twinypaw. Fireheart shot after them and managed to catch up with them as they pushed their way through the thorns. Darkstripe, he snapped. Where do you think you're going? The Dark Warrior turned. There was a flicker of alarm in his eyes, though he faced Fireheart boldly. I don't think Stunning Rocks is safe, he meowed. I was taking these two to a better place. What better place? Fireheart challenged him. If you know one, why don't you share it with the rest of the clan? Unless you mean you're taking them to Tigerstar. A surge of fury made him long to spring at Darkstripe and claw him, but he forced himself to stay calm. Of course, the ShadowClan leader wouldn't want the kits to be eaten by the dog pat, he realized out loud. You're taking them to him before the dogs get here, aren't you? I suppose you arranged all this at the last gathering. Darkstripe did not reply. His expression darkened, and he would not meet Fireheart's eyes. Darkstripe, you disgust me, Fireheart hissed. You knew Tigerstar meant to bring the dog pack down on us, and you never said a word to any cat. Have you no loyalty to your clan? I didn't know, Darkstripe protested, his head swinging up. Tigerstar told me to bring his kits to him, but he never told me why. I never knew about the pack. I swear it by StarClan. Fireheart wondered how much worth an oath by StarClan could possibly have in this treacherous warrior's mouth. He swung around to face the two apprentices, who were staring at him, their eyes wide and scared. What did Darkstripe say to you? Nothing, Fireheart, stammered Twinypaw. Only to go with him, her brother added. He said he knew a good place to hide. And you obeyed him? Fireheart's voice was scathing. He's clan leader now, is he? Or maybe some cat made him your mentor and didn't notice? Follow me, all of you. Whipping around, he led the way across the clearing to where the clan was gathered near the camp entrance. He was half surprised to see Darkstripe followed him, as well as Bramblepaw and Twinypaw. Sooner or later, Fireheart knew he would have to have a reckoning with the Dark Warrior, but there was no time now. As he reached the other cats, he summoned Brackenfur with a flick of his tail. Brackenfur, he meowed. I'm making you responsible for these two apprentices. Don't take your eyes off them, whatever happens, and if Darkstripe so much as sniffs at them, I want to know about it. Yes, Fireheart, Brackenfur mewed, looking bewildered. Nudging the two apprentices, he herded them away, among the other cats. Seeing Whitestorm close by, Fireheart padded over to him and jerked his head at Darkstripe. Keep an eye on that one, he ordered. I don't trust a single hair on his pelt. Then he addressed the warriors that he had chosen to run ahead of the pack. If you haven't eaten today, I suggest you eat now, he meowed. You'll need all your strength. We'll soon go, but first I have to talk with Bluestar. As Fireheart turned towards Bluestar's den, he realized that Cinderpelt was beside him. Do you want me to come with you? She asked. Fireheart shook his head. No, go help the others get ready to leave. Do what you can to keep them calm. Don't worry, Fireheart, the medicine cat assured him. I'll take a few basic remedies with me, just in case. Good idea, Fireheart meowed. Get Thornpaw to help you. You can leave as soon as Bluestar is ready to join you. When he looked into Bluestar's den, his leader was awake and grooming her fur. Yes, Fireheart? What is it? Fireheart padded into the den and dipped his head. Bluestar, we have discovered the truth about the evil in the forest, he began carefully. We know what the pack is. Bluestar sat upright and watched Fireheart with unwavering blue eyes as he told her what he and his patrol had seen that morning. As he went on, her face grew blank with horror, and Fireheart's fear rose again that the discovery would drive her into madness. So, Brindleface is dead, she murmured. When Fireheart had finished, bitterly, she added, soon the rest of the clan will follow her. StarClan have sent Tigerstar to destroy us. They will not help us now. Perhaps not, Bluestar, but we're not giving up, Fireheart insisted, trying not to be panicked. You must lead the clan to Sunning Rocks. Bluestar's ears flicked. And what good would that do? We can't live at Sunning Rocks. And even there, the pack will hunt us down. If my plan works, we won't need to be there for long. Listen. Fireheart told her how he was hoping to lure the dogs to the forest and drown them in the gorge. His leader's gaze grew vague, fixed on something Fireheart could not see. So you want me to go to Sunning Rocks like an elder? She meowed. Fireheart hesitated. Telling Bluestar what she should do was a lot harder than giving orders to Cloudtail. Like a leader, he told her. Without you there, the clan will panic and scatter. They need you to hold them together. Besides, he added, don't forget that this is your last life. If you lost it, what would the clan do without you? Bluestar hesitated. Very well. Then we should go now. Bluestar nodded and led the way out of the den. The bulk of the clan, all the cats Fireheart had not chosen to come with him, were already huddled together near the entrance of the camp. As Bluestar went to join them, Fireheart flicked his tail to call Whitestorm. Stay beside her, he mewed softly. Look after her. Whitestorm dipped his head. You can rely on me, Fireheart. The glance he exchanged with Fireheart showed that he had understood perfectly how fragile Bluestar's mind was. He patted at Bluestar's shoulder as she led the way out of camp. Seeing the white warrior, old but still vigorous, beside her, Fireheart was struck all over again by how frail his leader looked. But her presence among them would reassure the other cats, especially the elders. When the last of the clan had filed out into the ravine, Fireheart turned to the warriors who remained, crouched beside them, and beside the burned stalks of the nettle patch. Graystripe and Sandstorm met his gaze, their eyes filled with resolution and fear in equal measure. Fireheart was reminded of the last time he had evacuated the camp when the fire came, and how 3 cats had never returned. But he knew thoughts like that would only push him into panic. He had to be strong for the sake of his clan. Padding over to his warriors, he meowed. Are you ready? Then let's go. Chapter 26. When Fireheart reached the top of the ravine, he halted to look down. He halted and turned to Fireheart and Ashpaw. You two wait here, he ordered. As soon as you see the dogs, run straight for the gorge. Sandstorm will be next in line. When you see her, climb a tree, and the dogs will have picked up her trail and gone. Head for Sunning Rocks. Oh my god, it's a relay! He looked down at the 2 apprentices. Their eyes gleamed with fury, grief for their mother, momentarily forgotten in their desire to avenge her death. Fireheart hoped they would remember their instructions and not panic, or even worse, try to attack the dogs by themselves. The clan's relying on you, he added, and we're all proud of you. We won't let you down, Fernpaw promised. Fireheart left them there and led the others further into the forest. His ears were pricked for the sounds of dogs, but for now the forest seemed to be waiting under a suffocating silence, as sinister as any howling or crashing of undergrowth. The sound of the cats breathing and their soft paw steps seemed unnaturally loud as they padded under the trees. Soon Fireheart halted again. Sandstorm, you wait here, he meowed. I don't want those 2 apprentices to have to run too far. You're the fastest in ThunderClan. You'll need to get a good start on the dogs to give the rest of us a chance, okay? Sandstorm nodded. You can trust me, Fireheart. Briefly, she brushed her muzzle against his. There was no time for more words, but her love for him glowed in her green eyes, and Fireheart was filled with a wave of fear for her. Tearing himself away, he took the rest of his warriors along the line, stretching all the way to the gorge, leaving each of them at regular intervals as he went. Next was Longtail, then Dustpelt, and then Mousefur. At last he and Greystripe were left alone at the border of RiverClan, as near as they could get to the gorge without leaving their own territory. Right, Greystripe, he meowed, halting. You hide here. If all goes well, Mousefur will lead the dogs to you. When they come, head for the steepest part of the gorge. I'll be ahead of you, waiting to take over the final stretch. That will be on RiverClan territory. Greystripe sounded dubious. What's Leopardstar gonna think about that? With any luck, Leopardstar won't have to know anything about it, Fireheart replied, remembering how the RiverClan leader had threatened Greystripe with death if he ever set paw on her territory again. We can't worry about that now. Stay hidden on our side of the border, and if you see a patrol, don't let them know you're here. Greystripe nodded and flattened his belly to the ground to crawl underneath the branches of a thorn bush. Good luck, he meowed as he disappeared. Fireheart wished him luck in return and went on, more wearily now, into RiverClan territory. He saw no RiverClan cats, but he scented some fairly fresh traces, which suggested that the Dawn Patrol had already passed that way. At last he found a place to hide in a hollow at the foot of a rock that settled down to wait. The whole forest was silent, except for the distant roar of water in the gorge. Fireheart couldn't help wondering where Tigerstar was now. Safe in ShadowClan territory, he guessed, waiting for his old clan to be torn apart. Then he could swoop in like a carrion crow and take the ThunderClan territory for his own, gloating over his perfect revenge. Clouds still covered the sky, so Fireheart had no way to judge of the passing of time. But as the heartbeat followed the last, he began to worry that something had gone wrong. What was taking so long? Had the dogs caught one of his warriors? Fireheart pictured Sandstorm being ripped apart by the cruel jaws and worked his paws in the hard earth in front of him, extending and sheathing his claws. He had to force himself not to go back to see what had happened. What if this was all a huge mistake, he asked himself. Had he led his clan into an even greater danger? Then, above the noise of the river, he heard a distant barking. Rapidly it grew closer. The dark force had gained a voice at last, giving tongue as the pack bore down on the cats who had become their prey. The sound grew louder still, until it seemed to fill all the forest, and Greystripe appeared, streaking along with his belly almost flat against the ground. Barely 3 fox lengths behind him, the pack leader. Fireheart had never seen a dog like it. It was enormous, easily twice the size of any 2-leg pet. As it ran, its muscles bunched powerfully under short and black-brown pelt. Its jaws gaped to show a vicious set of teeth, and its tongue lolled. It barked hoarsely as it snapped at the fleeing Greystripe. "StarClan, help me!" Fireheart whispered and sprang out of his hiding place. He just had time to see Greystripe hurling towards the nearest tree, and then all he could do was run. The barking seemed to redouble, and he could feel the hot breath of the pack leader against his hind paws. For the first time, Fireheart wondered what he would do if he came to the gorge. He had imagined slipping aside at the last moment to let the unsuspected dogs dash straight over the edge. Now he realized that might not work. The dogs were much, much closer than he had imagined. Perhaps he would have to leap over himself. If that's what it takes to save the clan, then that's what I'll do, Fireheart vowed grimly. The gorge was close by. Fireheart emerged from the trees to see nothing but smooth turf between him and the edge of the cliff. Casting a hasty glance at his shoulder, he saw that he was outrunning the dogs, and he slackened his pace a little to let them catch up. The pack seemed out of the trees behind their leaders, their tongues lolling as they barked. "Pack! Pack! Kill! Kill!" The words slashed at Fireheart like teeth. Then, from his other side, a heavy weight barreled into him, bowling him over. He fought vainly to get up as a massive paw pinned him by the neck. A voice growled in his ear. "Going somewhere, Fireheart?" It was Tigerstar. Chapter 27! Fireheart struggled desperately to get free, lashing out with his hind paws to claws tough to claw tufts of fur from his enemy's belly. The Shadow Clan leader barely moved. The reek of his scent was in Fireheart's mouth and nostrils, and his amber eyes glared into Fireheart's own. Greet StarClan for me, he snarled. Only after you, Fireheart gasped. To his astonishment, Tiger Star released him. Lurching to his paws, Fireheart saw the Shadow Clan leader double back and spring up the nearest tree. Before he had time to wonder what was going on, he heard a deafening howl and felt the ground shake under his paws. He spun around to see the pack leader looming over him, its dripping jaws wide. There was no time to run. Fireheart shut his eyes and prepared to meet StarClan. Pain stabbed him as sharp teeth met with his scruff. His limbs flailed helplessly as the dog lifted him from the ground and shook him from side to side. He twisted in the air, struggling to claw eyes, jowls, tongue, but his thrashing paws meant nothing. The forest spun around him. He was aware of more barking, and the stink of dogs was everywhere. StarClan, help me! Fireheart let out a yowl of terror and despair. This was not just his death, but the end of his whole clan. His plan had failed. StarClan, where are you? Suddenly, a yowl sounded close by. Fireheart was flung to the ground, the breath driven out of his body. The grip on his neck loosened and was gone. Dazed, he looked up to see a blue-gray shape ramming into the side of the lead dog. BLUESTAR! He yowled. The force of his leader's impact had sent the dog staggering at the very edge of the gorge. Its barking changed into a high-pitched yowl of terror as its huge paws scrambled to grip the turf. The loose soil crumbled away and let it under its weight, and it fell. But as it disappeared over the edge, its snapping jaws closed on BLUESTAR's leg and wrenched her over as well. The two of the other dogs, hard behind their leader, could not pull up in time. Blindly, they charged over the edge of the gorge and vanished, howling, while the remaining dogs skidded to a halt, their fierce barks fading into piteous whimpers. Before Fireheart could force himself to his paws, they had backed away from the edge and fled into the forest. Fireheart staggered to the edge of the gorge and looked over. Water foamed white beneath him. For a heartbeat, he glimpsed the gaping muzzle of the pack leader struggling amongst the waves before it vanished again. BLUESTAR! Fireheart screamed. What had his leader been doing over here? He had sent her with the rest of the clan to Sunning Rocks. Too stunned to move, Fireheart gazed down into the river. Suddenly, he saw a small gray head bob in the surface, paws thrashing wildly. BLUESTAR was still alive! But the torrent was sweeping her downstream, and Fireheart knew that she was too frail to swim for long. There was only one thing to do. Yowling, BLUESTAR, hold on, I'm coming! He launched himself down the steep side of the gorge and into the river. Water clutched Fireheart like a huge paw and buffeted him from side to side. The icy cold of the torrent took his breath away. His paws worked furiously as he tried to swim, but the force of the current rolled him under. He had lost sight of BLUESTAR before he even entered the water. He could see nothing but the foam that bubbled all around him. As his head broke surface, he gasped for air, managing to stay afloat as the racing torrent swept him downstream. Then he spotted BLUESTAR again, a few fox lengths away from him, her fur plastered to her head and her jaws gaping. Kicking out strongly, Fireheart closed the gap between them, and as BLUESTAR began to sink again, he fastened his teeth into her scruff. The extra weight dragged him down. All Fireheart's instincts screamed at him to let BLUESTAR go and save his own life, but he made himself hold on, while he forced his limbs to go on working and bring his leader back to the surface. He almost lost grip on her as something slammed into them, and he caught a glimpse of a dog rolling over in the current, its eyes glazed with terror as it floundered helplessly and vanished again. A sudden shadow fell across them and was gone as the current carried them under the two-leg bridge and away from the looming cliffs. Fireheart could see the riverbank now as he struck out towards it, but his limbs were aching from weariness. BLUESTAR was dead weight, unable to help herself. Fireheart knew that he could not let go of her to gulp in more air, and his senses began to spin into darkness as his head went under again. Barely conscious, he made one more massive effort, thrusting in the water with his paws. But when he resurfaced, he could not see the bank, and he had lost sense of all other direction. His limbs stiffened with panic as he knew he was going to drown. Suddenly, BLUESTAR's weight grew less. Blinking water out of his eyes, Fireheart saw another head bobbing in the water beside him. Teeth firmly gripped BLUESTAR's fur. He recognized the blue-gray pelt and almost forgot to swim in shock. It was Mistyfoot! At the same moment, he heard Stonefor's voice from his other side. "Let go! We've got her now!" Fireheart did as he was told and let Stonefor take his place. The two River Clan cats propelled Bluestar through the water towards the bank. Without the need to support the heavy she-cat, Fireheart managed to flounder after them until he felt the river bottom beneath his paws. On flatter ground now, carried by the river out of the steep-sided gorge, he was able to splash his way to the safety of the bank on the River Clan side. Coughing as he gasped air into his straining lungs, Fireheart shook water from his fur and looked around to see what had become of Bluestar. Mistyfoot and Stonefur had laid the clan leader down on her side on the pebbles. Water trickled from her parted jaws, and she did not move. "Bluestar!" Mistyfoot exclaimed. "Is she dead?" Fireheart asked hoarsely, staggering up to them. "I think she—" Stonefur was interrupted by a loud yowling. "Fireheart! Fireheart, watch out!" It was Graystripe's voice. Fireheart turned to see Tigerstar racing across the two-leg bridge with the Grey Warrior hard behind him. As the Shadow Clan leader swerved along the bank towards Fireheart and the others, Graystripe darted in front of the massive tabby and whirled around to face him. "Keep back!" he snarled. "Don't touch them!" Rage lent strength to Fireheart. His leader lay on the riverbank, her last life ebbing away. Whatever she had said or done, she was still his leader, and he had never intended her to die for the sake of the clan. And all of this was because of Tigerstar. He bounded upstream to stand beside Graystripe, and the Shadow Clan leader halted a couple of fox lengths away. Clearly, he was thinking twice about taking both of them on at the same time. From behind him, Fireheart heard Mistyfoot gasp, "Fireheart! She's alive!" He bared his teeth at Tigerstar. "Come one step closer, and I'll throw you into the river with the dogs," he growled. "Graystripe, make him stay back." Graystripe nodded, unsheathing his claws, and Tigerstar let out a long hiss of fury and frustration. Fireheart raced back to Bluestar and crouched down beside her. She still lay on the pebbles, though now Fireheart could see her chest raising and falling with each jagged breath. "Bluestar?" he whispered. "Bluestar, it's Fireheart. You're all right now. You're safe." Her eyes blinked open and focused on the two River Clan warriors. For a heartbeat, she did not seem to recognize them. Then her eyes stretched wide, softening with pride. "You saved me," she murmured. "Shh, don't try to talk," Mistyfoot urged her. Bluestar seemed not to hear. I want to tell you something. I want to ask you to forgive me for sending you away. Oakheart promised me Greypool would be a good mother to you." "She was," Stonefur meowed tersely. Fireheart tensed. Last time they spoke to Bluestar, the two River Clan warriors had spat venom at her, hating her for what she had done. Would they turn on her now, defenseless as she was? "I owe Greypool so much," Bluestar went on. Her voice was faint and uneven. "Oakheart, too, for mentoring you so well. I watched you as you grew up, and I saw how much you had to give to the clan who adopted you." A shudder passed through her body, and she stopped speaking for a moment. "If I had made a different choice, you would have given all your strength to ThunderClan. Forgive me," she rasped. Mistyfoot and Stonefur exchanged an uncertain glance. "She suffered a lot of pain for her choice." Fireheart couldn't help putting in, "Please forgive her." For a heartbeat, the two warriors still hesitated. Then Mistyfoot bent her head to lick her mother's fur, and Fireheart felt his legs shake with relief. "We forgive you, Bluestar," she murmured. "We forgive you," Stonefur echoed. Weak as she was, Bluestar began to purr with delight. Fireheart's throat felt tight as he watched the two River Clan cats crouch over his leader, their mother, sharing tongues with her for the first time. A furious hiss from Graystripe made him turn his head to see that Tigerstar had taken a step forward. The massive tabby's eyes were wide with astonishment. Fireheart knew that until now Tigerstar had not known who the mother of the kits that ThunderClan had given away. "Don't come any nearer, Tigerstar," he hissed. "This has nothing to do with you." Turning back to Bluestar, he saw her eyes were closing and her breath was coming fast and shallow. "What can we do?" he asked. Mistyfoot anxiously. "This is her last life, and she'll never make it back to ThunderClan camp. Will one of you go and fetch your medicine cat?" "It's too late for that, Fireheart." It was Stonefur who replied, his voice low and gentle. "She is on her way to StarClan." "No!" Fireheart protested. He crouched beside Bluestar and pressed his muzzle against hers. "Bluestar! Bluestar, wake up! We'll get help for you. Hold on just a bit longer." Bluestar's eyes flickered open again, looking not at Fireheart, but at something just past her shoulder. Her gaze was clear and filled with peace. "Oh, Cart," she murmured. "Have you come for me? I'm ready." "No!" Fireheart protested again. All his recent difficulties with Bluestar faded away. He remembered only the noble leader she had been, wise and inspiring, and how she had mentored him when he came into the clan as a kitty pet. And in the end, StarClan had been kind to her. She had come out of the shadows to die as nobly as she had lived, saving her clan by sacrificing herself. "Bluestar, don't leave us!" "I must," his leader whispered. "I have fought my last battle." She was panting in her efforts to speak. "When I saw the clan at Sunning Rocks, the strong helping the weak, I knew you and the others had gone to confront the pack. I saw my clan was loyal. I knew StarClan had not turned their backs on us. I knew—" Her voice failed as she struggled to continue. "I knew that I could not leave you in the face of danger alone." "Bluestar!" Fireheart's voice shook with pain of parting, and yet his heart leaped to hear that his leader knew that he was not a traitor. Bluestar fixed her blue eyes on him. Fireheart thought he could already see the shimmer of StarClan in her eyes. "Fire will save the clan," she murmured, and Fireheart remembered the mysterious prophecy that he had heard from his earliest days in ThunderClan. "You never understood, did you?" Bluestar went on. "Not even when I gave you your apprentice name, Firepaw. And I doubted it myself when fire raged through our camp. Yet I see the truth now. Fireheart, you are the fire who will save ThunderClan." Fireheart could do nothing but stare at his beloved leader. He felt as if his whole body turned to stone. Above his head, wind tore the clouds into shreds, letting a ray of sunshine strike down and touch his pelt to flame, just as it had in the clearing when he first arrived to the clan so many moons ago. "You will be a great leader." Bluestar's voice was the merest whisper, "one of the greatest in the forest has ever known. You will have the warmth of fire to protect your clan and the fierceness of fire to defend it. You will be Firestar, the light of ThunderClan." "No!" Fireheart protested. "I can't! Not without you, Bluestar!" But it was too late. Bluestar sighed softly, and the light died from her eyes. Mistyfoot let out a low wailing sound and pressed her nose to her mother's fur. Stonefur crouched close to her, his head bowed. "Bluestar!" Fireheart meowed desperately, but there was no response. The leader of ThunderClan had given up her last life and had gone to hunt with StarClan forever. Fireheart rose stiffly to his paws. He had to dig his claws into the earth as his head spun, and for a moment he feared that he might fall into the sky. His fur prickled, and he felt as if his thudding heart would burst through his chest. "Fireheart," Greystripe murmured. "Oh, Fireheart." The Grey Warrior had left Tigerstar and walked silently over to watch his leader die. Now Fireheart saw that his friend's amber gaze was fixed on him with something like awe, and as their eyes met, Greystripe dipped his head in deepest respect. Fireheart stiffened in horror, longing to protest. He wanted the comfort of their old, easy friendship, not this formal acknowledgement from a warrior to his clan leader. Beyond Greystripe, he saw Tigerstar staring at the cats huddled on the shore, amazement and fury in his eyes. Before Fireheart could say anything, the Shadowclan leader spun around and raced across the two-leg bridge back towards his own territory. Fireheart let him go. He had to deal with his own terrified, haunted clan before he tried to settle old scores. But what Tigerstar had done that day would never be forgotten, not by any clan in ThunderClan, any cat in ThunderClan. "We'll need to fetch some of the others," he mewed hoarsely to Greystripe. "We must get Bluestar's body back to camp." Greystripe dipped his head. "Yes, Fireheart." "We'll help," Stonefur offered, standing up and facing the ThunderClan cats. "We would be honored," added Mistyfoot, her eyes clouded with sorrow. "I would like to see our mother laid to rest in her clan." "Thank you, both of you," meowed Fireheart. He took a deep breath, drew himself up, and shook his drying fur. He felt as if the weight of the whole clan had descended on his shoulders, and yet, in a heartbeat, it began to seem possible that he could bear it. He was the leader of ThunderClan now. With the death of the lead dog, the threat of the pack had gone from the forest, and his clan was waiting for him, safe, at Sunning Rocks. Sandstorm would be waiting for him. Come on, he meowed to Graystripe. Let's go home. The end. She's gone. She's dead. Dark came in like the second that everything was happening. Oh, BLUESTAR. Oh, BLUESTAR. That was emotional. We finished the book though. That means we only have one more book before we're done the first series of Warrior Cats. Book 6. They're cats. Why is it so sad? We love these cats. They're our besties. Once we finish book 6, I feel like I will be washed with such, like, not like sadness, but like bittersweetness, I guess. Like, even though I know that we're gonna keep reading the other books, I don't know. It feels like such a weird accomplishment to have, like, read them on stream. Oh, I'm getting emotional. I have to not cry. Can't cry. I refuse it. I refuse to cry. I might. I'll wait. I'll wait until the last one to cry. It's not in his POV though, is it? I thought it wasn't in his POV. Or is there like... No, there is. There is a point where it's still in his POV, right? Actually, I can't remember. I know the POV changes a lot in the second series. Man, that's crazy. Phew! It's still in his POV in the second series. Oh, nice! But it starts not in his POV. I remember that because I read the first bit when... I remember reading the first bit and getting irrationally angry that it wasn't in his POV for the first chapter. I was so mad. I was like, what do you mean? Oh, there you. I don't like this at all. I'm filled with anger. Okay, let's read the synopsis of Darkest Hour. Yeah. Darkest Hour cast. No warrior cats, you fool. Okay, let's read it. Fire alone can save our clan. Thunderstars... I already messed up. Fire alone can save our clan. ThunderClan's darkest hour is upon them as Tigerstar's quest for power plunges the forest into terrible danger. In order to save his friends, Firestar must uncover the meaning of an ominous proclamation from StarClan. 4 will become 2, Lion and Tiger will meet in battle, and blood will rule the forest. The time has come for prophecies to unfold and for heroes to rise. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Is it mostly with him? We'll see. I guess we'll see. I literally only remembered the other point of views than Firestar's. Aw, Warriors Wiki celebrating Pride Month. All of the like... You're wrong! It's not in Firestar's POV. Okay. But doesn't it go back to his POV? How do we know what's happening during the clan? I'm not gonna spoil it for people who don't know what it is that may be watching this VOD or listening right now. But how do we know what's going on? Oh, I remember. Okay, I remember. Guys, I have the best picture. No! Okay, it didn't work. Hold on. How do I want to see this. An image in new tab. Save image as... No! How do I save something that is a web file? Save image as... It's trying to save as a WebP file. How do I save it as not a WebP file? I want it to be... Hold on, maybe I can open. Wait, I got it, guys. I got it, don't worry. Okay. Save as... No, export. Export as PNG. Export. Wahoo! Nono's Carnival. Gay warriors. Image. Warriors. Yeah, Firestar's Quest. I read Firestar's Quest a lot. Wait, PSD? No, I want a ping, not a PS. Oh my god, I'm so silly. Wait, no, it did save as a... What's my problem? What's my problem? Oh, I found it. Check out this. Gay warriors. What the heck is this one? Huh? What's this one? There's a new clan? Huh? Or is that Sky Clan? Who the heck are you? Huh? Shadow Clan and Via. ThunderClan's lesbians! Trans rights. Wind Clan. Bi rights. All rights. What's this? What's the... I was so confused by Sky Clan. Wait, no, I'm not. What's this one right here? Yeah, Sky Clan's the mountain cats. No, not the mountain cats, not the tribe cats. The Sky Clan's the clan in Firestar's Quest. Guys, what's the yellow and purple circle flag? What's that one? Intersex? Oh yeah, maybe. That would make sense. Let's look it up. Yellow pride flag with purple circle. Yeah. Oh, nice. Poggers. Wow. I need a text. Wait, I want an editable text. Add. This game's lagging me. No. Now it's gay cats. Oops. Gay cats. I think SkyClan does live in mountains, but there are specifically mountain cats. Yeah. I like this edition. Okay, guys, it's almost been... No, it has been 4 hours. In 30 seconds, it'll be 4 hours. So, we did it! We finished the second last book. Next Wednesday, we read... But see, okay, if I read Firestar's Quest, then it implies that I have to read all of the sequels. Which, there are a lot of sequels. Sequels? Spin-offs? Standalones? Standalone novels of the series, maybe? There are a lot of them. I haven't read BLUESTAR's... What was it? BLUESTAR's Quest? Was there a BLUESTAR's Quest? That's too many, then! I wonder if there's a chronicle... BLUESTAR's Prophecy. Chronicle order of all the Warrior Cat books. Warriors in chronological morning. If you've become lost trying to understand which Warriors books takes place in which order, then this handy guide is here. We've created to show the orders, including some that haven't been released yet. What am I reading? Hold on. Wait, how is this? Okay, the way that they ordered this is awful. Please let me just see the books in order. Then there's like 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's the key. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, wait, I don't need to count. They're all labeled. Where the heck is it? Into the Wild? Into the Wild? If you were to read Warriors in chronological order? Into the Wild would be the 25th. Into the Wild would be the 25th book in order. What's your pronoun, Rave? Oh my god. This is a short story? What? Number 29, short story, The Elder's Concern, published only online. Rave, please. Tiger Star. Tiger Claw's Fury. Spotted Leaf's Heart. Redtail's Debt. The Leopard Star's Honor. Exile from Shadow Clan. Yellowfing's Secret. These are like including the mangas though. So I couldn't read the mangas on stream. Manga Ravenpaw's Path! Oh my god, there's so many. 106. Someone just replied on this wiki 7 hours ago, and they said thanks. What is happening on this? It wasn't even spelled thanks, it was spelled THX. Thanks. They have a Club Penguin dancing icon. Okay. All right. Let us end now that we are past the 4-hour mark. Next week, we will begin the final book in A New Prophecy, the first series of Warrior Cats. Incredible. Exciting, even. Thank you, Energy Sword, for the head pats! Stream on Friday. On one hand, I want to go back to Subnautica. On the other hand, in recent news of the Titanic stuff, I'm like skeptical. But I think, no, I could do Rain World. Don't tell Ash. Ash will be too excited. Okay, I'll see you on Friday for Rain World. I love you guys. Bye-bye. We're not going to raid anyone because I'm too lazy. I'll see you guys on Friday. Bye-bye. Remember to get up and have a stretch. Go to sleep if it's late at night for you. If not, have a good day.